So we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome back to the third annual Teach Connection Summit, Reimagining Teachers' Global Teaching Competencies to Advance Educational Equity. And I'm so pleased to see all of you here back again today as our other participants make their way here. I'm not going to do a big recap because I'm going to get to it, introducing our moderator as soon as we can so we can get into our agenda for the day. But I do want to say we thank our Dean, Dr. Penny Hemrick, yesterday, who opened up our two-day summit. And then after that, that was an overview of the Global Competencies Project. And this is us, the family. All of you sent your bios. I didn't really do a bio. I just said, you know, I'm Professor Joyce. I've been doing this for about 50 years now. And I'm still learning how to retire. And pretty soon, I guess I will. I put in the paperwork. I just haven't done the footwork. So, because I'm enjoying myself too much with you. And this is the family that I just got through speaking of in terms of the different ethnicities and the different conversations that we all have together. And as you can see, they all look like me, right? You know. So what is Global Competencies? What we're here to talk about during this two-day summit. We had a glorious conversation yesterday. We've got many emails saying they enjoyed it, and we did define it. So it's going to be further refined today when we continue our conversations, particularly our keynote address. And the purpose of our project, we're going to get right to that. Just to remind you that we're here in this project for the educational needs of newcomers, school policies. We talk about all of this. Every student succeed at. We want to make sure every student succeeds. That's what the equity is all about. Teacher preparation, curriculum training, all of this goes into the pot. And so we have posted the link for the sessions from yesterday. And so you'll be able to go, and all these speakers that were here yesterday, you can hear them all over again and also connect with them and see the wonderful questions that were all put forward. And we said that our theme is learning forward. We're learning forward. We're having these deep discussions. And so we're going to move on now to day 2. So today is day 2, and we do have our esteemed moderator, Dr. Kristy, who has arrived. She is here in the room, and she is ready. But before we do that, I just want to show you a small clip of the United Nations that project that's bringing together. I'm on a UNESCO board on curriculum and development. I have been for about 15, 16 years. Oh, longer than that. What am I talking about? Anyway, I'm not going to date myself. We're going to just look at this clip and see how the United Nations is bringing together students to develop global competencies.
It's up to the country. They can make the decision.
Austria,
United Kingdom,
Philippines,
the Russian Federation.
Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice spoke to a model UN forum which was designed to teach teenagers about diplomacy.
I think you have a better sense of how hard it is to make all of the trade-offs in diplomacy, how hard it is to reconcile the interests of different parts, and perhaps you have a little bit more understanding for people who are trying to make good decisions in international relations.
I've gotten to know so much about world politics and international relations. You can learn how other people think and how other countries work and how their governing systems function. This is a very diverse group of kids from all around the world, and it's interesting how we all relate to each other.
How to speak, how to debate, how to present yourself, how to think through an argument.
Jordan, Lebanon, Slovenia.
It seems as if the resolution fails to touch on a lot of important and vital subjects.
It gives students the opportunity to network with each other. And I believe that networking is the best way that you can have any type of global conflict resolved.
We should not use any forceful measure unless pushed to the corner where we have no alternative but that.
We are the only resolution that is really talking about documents that are already existing.
Their government is against torture, but they turn their head and look the other way when torture does happen.
USA, through their global classrooms, provide young people with communication and leadership skills, an understanding of international affairs, and most importantly, help to strengthen their voices in shaping those world affairs. The more young people know of other cultures and international issues, the more they bring understanding and tolerance to the world at large.
All right. So there we have it. Another reason for global competence. What if every learner could have this experience? We heard buzzwords like students get together and they learn how to resolve conflict. They learn peace building. They learn policy and how it's made. They learn tolerance, and they learn how to network with each other. Our youth are our future, and the world as we know it is changing. And so therefore, it is important. These are our future leaders, our youth, the students that we're teaching. They're the ones who are going to be running the world. And so they need to learn and understand how to get along with each other so that we can have peace in the world. Only through that kind of understanding can we, as a people, I believe, survive. And so that's enough of an introduction. I'm going to move and turn it over to our moderator. Our moderator is, as you see her, and you see her name on the screen there, Dr. Kristy Gallup. She's a Drexel alum. She helps others to discover their creative strengths, develop their entrepreneurial as well as investor mindsets, and build purposeful and inclusive innovation ecosystem. And I'm proud to say that I am pleased to work with Dr. Gallup now for, this is going on the 4th year. I've worked with her on her dissertation and research, and now I'm proud to say that she's my friend. And so we are pleased that we have her as a systems thinker and all of the other qualifications that you see on the screen here that makes her a just wonderful moderator for today's session. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and she will be introducing the keynote speaker and the rest of the speakers here today. And so, Dr. Gallup, I turn it over to you. If you need us, we're here.
Excellent. Dr. Joyce, thank you so much. And thank you for that kind introduction. I think throughout my life, I know that I've been blessed to have mentors like yourself who have invested in the younger generation and who've done exactly what we've been talking about, where we cultivate a world of people who are inclusive, who are purposeful, who are cosmopolitan, who are competent, and who apply all of that, just like myself and just like many of our panelists, our speakers, and our attendees today, to build a world that is not just different, but better. And so I want to thank you for being a mentor of mine in this very purposeful and important work that we're doing. I want to start us off before I introduce our keynote speaker just by regrounding us in the question that this summit is seeking to tackle. Of course, with this question, we ground us not only in the importance of our work, but in coming together, in pivoting when necessary, in exploring the emergent learnings that have come up in yesterday's dialogues and that will come up today. So how do we reimagine educational policy to create and support innovative pedagogical practices to ensure educational equity for all diverse learners in emerging learning environments? We've talked a little bit today as we've kicked off our day 2 about how children have curiosity, They're flexible. They're not afraid to come up to someone who might look different from them, who might be different from them, and engage in that conversation. And dare I say, I think that's a foundational part of what being globally competent means, is acknowledging that, is providing the space for those conversations and collaborations to happen. And then it's going forward with that foundation to create the change that our world so desperately needs. So it is my pleasure now to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Ghanem Al-Bustami. And Dr. Bustami will be speaking with us today on the role of leadership in supporting language learning and teachers' global competency. So he is a professor in the College of Arts and Sciences, Abu Dhabi University in Abu Dhabi, UAE. He's taught there for over 15 years, holding his PhD in Educational Psychology and Development, MA in Educational and Psychological Measurement, PG Diploma in Special Education and Rehabilitation, and BA in Psychology. These perspectives enable him to bring so many different types of learning to his students, I think many of whom are here today. He's worked as a professor of psychology, leadership, and special education in many universities, publishing more than 50 scientific papers, research, 5 books and chapters, and is a frequent presenter in national and international conferences, sharing over 100 different papers. He's led projects and developed many manuals in different fields, such as psychology, education, capacity building, and teacher preparation programs, which is central to developing global competency, as well as early childhood programs, social development, special education, curriculum development, and professional development, as well as institutional enhancement programs. He's worked as a program director and consultant in many international organizations, such as the World Bank, UNESCO, regional countries, and governments. So it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Al-Bustami. Welcome to the virtual stage, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kristy, for your nice word. And thank you again, Dr. Joyce, for giving me this opportunity. I'm really proud, and it's an honor for me to be with you all. Thank you for attending this very interesting and well-organized session and discussion. We still learn, regardless if we publish or not, if we spend years or not in teaching or in working, we still learn. We believe in our tradition, in our religion, that learning will never stop. It's like a lifespan, no end. So what we hear yesterday, actually, me and my colleagues and also my students, I'm proud to introduce my students sharing me this presentation, and I got many of the ideas included in my presentation from my students. And I'm proud to mention that I learn from my students, and that's why I force them, actually, not force, but I encourage them to attend and to be with us. Thank you again, and I share your willings, Dr. Ghalib, when you mentioned that Dr. Joyce monitor you and help you, and she did same with me. I'm proud to mention that Dr. Joyce, one of my best mentors in my life. I learn a lot, and I publish a lot of research with Dr. Joyce. Thank you. I will never forget you, Dr. Joyce. You are very, very impressive person, not on me only, in many people everywhere. Thank you so much for organizing this very effective global discussion, virtual discussion and conference. My pleasure to present to you some of my thoughts, some of my ideas about the importance of improving and building the global competencies. Some people, they like to call it like 21st century competencies. We start our globalization process long time ago. And trust me, this is not new. Even 100 years ago, nations, people, they fight, but by the end, they come together. It means that they learn how to survive and how to live together. Many people, they came to my country, to your country, from different nationalities, from different languages, and work, and easy for them. They find themselves part of the community. And this is the importance and the meaning of globalizing ourselves. In my opinion, the most important members in the community to globalize themselves, our teachers. our future teachers. Our students now, because we prepare and teach them, they will become teachers very soon. So they need to learn, as we did in our life, how we globalize ourselves. When I born, there is no technology, as most of you, right, Dr. Joyce? We learn from our kids, from our students, how to use computer, how to use internet. Still, we learn from our grands even, right? So we need to keep globalize ourselves. My colleagues, teachers, listen to me carefully. Don't believe that if you graduate now, you'll be able to teach carefully and in powerful, okay, skillful tomorrow. No. Between today and tomorrow, trust me, millions of changes will happen, right? So that's why you have to keep yourself, run quickly behind, globalize yourself, update yourself, trust yourself that you can do. Don't trust what you learn from me or from these respected professors. Everything will change. So you are responsible to create your personality profile. And I will start my presentation from the end. I will lead you to trust that improving and developing your personality profile, very important. Why and how? Let us listen and do this quickly discussion. I will share my PowerPoint if you allow me, okay?
Yes, you can share your screen. Do you want us to share it?
Thank you for helping me. Again, my pleasure to speak about the role of leadership in supporting language learning. Of course, I will not focusing on language learning as a subject, as a topic to teach or to be taught by teachers. I will use language learning as example about how much this language, how much important to consider, play around of language we used to teach and to understand or to learn, but by giving some examples again to support the importance of communicative and communication in improving our competences. Yes, and all of you agree with this fact with me that everything now become global, not only education, the culture, the trade, the economic, even the religion. Trust me, this is very important fact. So what we can do, nothing in our hand. We have to adopt ourselves immediately to accept this globalization process. Teachers and young people are more likely than ever to interact, as I mentioned, unconsciously. They found themselves engaged in this big change. Schools, classroom, our own homes, where we live, our children, our schools, even our markets. But we still believe that the most important to lead our globalization, our globalizing our education are the teachers, because they are the leaders. If they aware about how to globalize themselves and us. In our world, actually, we all deal with how the language, how the education, how we able to change. The condition is, what are the tools and the method? Of course, again, teachers are the important and the key to lead and to design and to give us the tools to adapt ourselves and to protect ourselves from what may consider like a negatives or disadvantages of globalization. Away from politics, away from economic issues, away. Of course, we cannot separate between education and these fields, but let us speak about a human sense, human things. Education is the area, but all people from all the world together, regardless, you are belong to democratic countries or none, you are belong to any ideology or not, you are believe in any religion or not. By the end, we all human. So the best strategy to describe this globalization process and accepting the globalizing our teachers and teaching is the multicultural. Multicultural created long time ago, including and focusing on competencies. In order to be multicultural people, teachers, leaders, even politicians, okay, we have to improve and develop our competencies. Why global competence matters? Not only to be able to keep our job, no, to survive and to improve our identity and to improve that we all live in peace. This is very important. We should keep in our mind. Next, Dr. Joyce, if you please. Global competences is the toolkit that a productive, involved citizenry uses to meet the problems and opportunities. I should be empathic and trust and love and cooperate with you, regardless of your country or background, because the problems around us, part of the globalization, it is attack me as you. So we have to cooperate, we have to work together, regardless of our different citizenship or nationalities. This will give meaningful to communicate and respect each other's. The tool to improve these values is the curriculum. Design the curriculum, write the curriculum, then teach the curriculum. Requires different skills. Understand these globalization impacts and effects, then see how we can implement and how we can help this new generation. We learn from ourselves, they need to learn from our experiences. So we need to be carefully. If we did not deliver or design or implement or give them the right ideas, using the right experiences, they will lose their ID. They will hate us because our responsibility as teachers lead them to face the future challenges. Trust me, I'm not talking about next 100 years. Tomorrow is a new. Tomorrow is a new change, big change. Nobody guarantee. Remember, agree with me. 1.5 years ago, nobody expect that we'll move from face-to-face teaching to virtual or online. So do we prepare ourselves? Are we ready for this? What is the next? Nobody know. Nobody guarantee that there is no global change in tomorrow. The weather change. I don't know what will happen. Of course, I pray to Allah, to our God, our Lord, okay, to protect ourselves. But again, education is the protective tool, and teachers are the orchestra team to manage and to control this globalization. That's why I speak to teachers to motivate them again to think twice. I need to build and design my portfolio because global competencies becomes important. Number 2, okay, a new generation, okay, means different and a new culture. Number 3, if you please. More than ever before, individual action reach around the global. As I told you in our pre-discussion before we start the session, now children all connected to each others. So we accept this or not, we have to believe that everything now connect and reach around the global. In advance, our children become globalized. So we have to run behind them quickly before losing their way or losing our job. I believe in the fact that many researchers report long time ago that many jobs will disappear, okay, except education. Now, if we not run behind the globalize our education system and teachers' competences, this career will be part or one of the many jobs will disappear. Trust me. So to keep our identity and to maintain our job, we have again to consider that globalization, global competences, very important. In globally focused curriculum, we should believe that students learn that the world needs them to act together. So by default, we have to globalize the teaching and learning process. Number 4, global competence integrate knowledge. And this is the important and the secret of global competences. When I globalize myself, I will share and integrate my own knowledge with your knowledge. Integrating these different knowledge levels, background, skills, okay, of application, we can solve the problems. I can support you, you can support me. When you come to teach in my country, it is a kind of supporting by educating me about your culture and language. so I can solve many problems, many crises, many conflicts, right? This is very important. Global competencies is not restricted to knowledge about other cultures and other perspectives. In addition to knowledge of the world, a globally competent citizen exhibits habits like critical thinking, rational optimism. We can think together in solving our plant and our world problems, crises, conflicts. And trust me, no peace process can improve or go forward without critically think together that we both under fire. Education is the key. Teachers are the leaders. Number 5. Success in career and life. Again, now the teachers have by default to change their methods and mindset and way and procedures and competences because the career itself will change and start change already. You know, now we have artificial intelligences. I'm afraid that robot teachers will replace live teachers, right? Or human teachers. So that's why we have to think twice about improving our competence to guarantee that robot will never replace teachers. So how we can do this? Already some of governments start. Already some of universities and colleges start. Here in UAE, trust me, okay, we start long time ago because the country have a big vision. They want to see education at the top. They want to see their schools in the top. Why and how? They focus and start focus on teachers. We start evaluate teaching or teachers programs. Teachers prepare teachers programs in the universities, in the colleges. We start reform and redesign the schools. And Dr. Joyce, one of the persons participate in the country strategic plans with the ministry, with the UAE University and in Abu Dhabi University in writing some papers and some reflections about the importance, for example, of technology long time ago, which is mean that we think in the country, okay, based on this vision of the leaders to move toward and quickly, because we are in a race, we have to run quickly. Engaging in these challenges requires high order of knowledge, thinking skills. So we need a new generation to be able to continue our mission and build based on. We don't have time. So we should not care about language as a grammar. We have to care about language as communication, as skills, as mental process, rather than just A, B, C. Okay, if I did not spell or articulate, I failed. No, this is not the story or the issue of teaching language. So teachers, guides, when you come to Abu Dhabi or to any Arabic country or Indian country or Chinese country, keep in your mind, you are not teaching language as a grammar. You are teaching language as culture, as communication, as competences to be able. And one of our colleagues presented yesterday his experience about the importance of teaching in or considering this cultural background and the way students understand using body language, whatever, but consider the global issues. We all share in the same concerns and problems. Success in career, very important. So we have to think about teachers' competencies for future. As a teacher, may you don't have job in the future if you will not run behind and develop your competencies. Number 6, if you please. Working with and building relationships with people who have different background adds meaning, depth, and joy. If I understand you and work with you, of course, I will be happy to learn from you. We have to stop the phobia, okay? We have to stop the scaring feelings between nations. How we can do this? Teachers can do this. Teachers, if they teach us using this kind of relationship, using these new skills, using the different background and integrate all together, they will support the new generation to live in peace and support each other. Both mental and social perspectives, very important. You are teaching me language, okay, grammar, ABC, pause, yes, no, it's okay. But in the reality, if you did not teach me the social meaning of this language, how I can add from my knowledge to your knowledge, how I can respect and accept your ethnicity and knowledge and background. So we cannot construct or build the globalization, the education, the global education without preparing and building the competencies of our teachers. And after this 5 or 6 points showing us the importance of building the competencies, what is the next? Please, Dr. Joyce. Next slide. What teachers can do. I myself believe that teachers can do everything, but they need from us, not from me or you, maybe from leaders, okay? Those are leading the education, okay? Even from the university planners or leaders to reconstruct, to rethink, to reform, because they can do, just they need us to help and to give them the resources. One of the important resources is the way we prepare them, the study plan we provide or give to them, the way we teach them and train them to become effective teachers. Look to the next slide. You will find many ideas help us to reform our curriculum in order to rebuild the competencies. Based on what? Based on what our students, what our future students, what our school students need. Let us, if you please, watch this video. I like it. And listen to the conversation about what exactly our students need. Then we can answer the question, what teachers can do in order to respond to these needs. Please.
Hi, Sam. Are you working on planning for your course for next semester?
Hi, Maria. Yes, I'm working on trying to include this idea of the 21st century or global competencies. I know that it's important for students to be engaging with curriculum that prepares them to work in the 21st century. And I have this book, but I'm not sure how to put it into practice.
I see what you mean. Let's start with what we mean by developing global competencies. I have read that as educators, we have a key role in building a teaching environment where students can develop deeper understandings. But I've also read that this means we have to try some new teaching practices.
Part of this means that students are not just going to learn from us or a textbook. They're going to be finding new sources of information and kind of remixing it to create new knowledge. This means there will be less of the teacher directing the learning and more of the students working alongside the teacher.
So the students are doing most of the work in class and we're guiding them? Makes sense. I also think we need to focus on technology because the world runs on technology today. Technology can help students learn about ideas and concepts in more depth.
The thing is, technology's power in the classroom depends on how it is used. There are ways to use technology that has great benefits to learning.
I agree, Sam. Technology is effective only when it helps us to get the students more involved in seeking content that is relevant to them. Technology should also help us make connections between what students are learning in school and what's happening in real life. And let's not forget, they need to develop skills to work online with people all over the globe.
Right now, the vision for Ontario is that we need to change how teaching and learning happens. Students need to develop the knowledge, skills, and characteristics to be engaged and informed citizens. Our role is less about telling them and more about guiding them to learn how to learn.
When the students are in the working world, they will not have someone else to tell them every step of their thinking. We need to guide students, but also push them to build their own skills in solving problems and working together.
That means more group work and helping them work together.
We also can't forget about assessment. We need to help the students learn to assess their own work and to think about their own thinking.
These are pretty big changes for us as the instructors. How do we do this?
Well, one way we can start is to think about the global competencies when we're building our courses and our assessments. The 6 competencies are critical thinking and problem solving, innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship, listening to learn or self-aware and self-directed learning, collaboration, communication, and global citizenship.
Okay, so let's take a look at each one. We need to get students.
I think this is fair enough. At least now we know about what we need or what our students need. So
need to know
you
how
can
to
stop the
solve,
video if you don't mind.
to manage them and evaluate them. This is part of being self-directed learners.
So this means that we
So
also
you want to stop
our
it?
students to be innovative thinkers. They need
I think fair enough now. We got the idea about what students need, what our recent generation needs to consider and to improve. So teachers now become familiar what are these 21st century or global competencies they need to improve. So based on this video actually, which is support my idea that we need to think our generation, our recent students, what they are looking for, what they are seeking to learn, what they are looking to learn, something just add some facts or like information, or they need skills and they need to learn how to connect what they learn with their real life. That's why in the video, they summarize these skills needed, okay, to be taught and to be improved in our students. So how we can do this if we did not prepare ourselves as teachers to learn and to be aware how to teach critical thinking, how to improve the innovative ideas and creativity among our students. Now more than ever, education should prepare students for global civility and peace. So what the world are we waiting for? Good teachers and principals in UAE as well elsewhere, by the way, know that good education begins with clarify of the purpose. What is the purpose of our education? We need to make this clear in our teachers' mind. Is this only to transfer or to translate the knowledge and the information, or if this to prepare our students for their life, not only in the school, even after they graduate from the school, which is means that we need to focus on new way, new methods, new activities, new ideologies to teach students how to prepare themselves for the future under our supervision. Global competency as the knowledge and the skills people need to understand today is needed to integrate across disciplines. So, and create, of course, possibilities to address all these events around us. Teachers should be highly educated about all these events around us to connect between what happens in different countries, nations, period, times, decades, to keep our students in the right track. Next, if you please. What are the ways may help our teachers, how they can foster language and cultural awareness in the classroom to be able to improve and to respond to our students' needs nowadays? Multicultural society, as I mentioned at the beginning, is the best served by a culturally responsive curriculum. We have to teach our students how to integrate, how to make their curriculum response to the students' needs, which means that I should not write the text. Let them write their text. Let them create their stories and their activities. Just lead them, okay? You should care about their personalities. You should give them chance to activate their minds, their way of developing and improving their own emotions and intelligence, and create ideas, improve their and develop their relationship, okay? As a teacher, you need to know how to improve these competencies in yourself, okay? And to incorporate culture awareness into your classroom, you can do this. How you can improve this cultural awareness among your students in your classroom? Look to the next. Number one, please, next slide, Dr. Joyce. Express interest in the ethnic background of your students. Show that you respect and interest and know about their background, about their ethnicity. How we can do this? Ms. Shaima, one of my favorite students yesterday, she spoke about one of the events they do in their schools. And actually it is implemented in all schools here in the country, International Day. They celebrate, okay, every year in presenting their dressing and food and okay, this is kind of understanding, help you as a teacher to understand how they eat, how they think, how they act, how they respond. This will close the gap between you and your students. This, by this kind of way of communication and globalizing yourself, you will be able to create a new generation. This is part of your responsibility. Number two, maintain a strict level of sensitivity to language concern. Don't look to the way which they used to spell or to write or to read. Don't examine them in their mistakes and grammar mistakes in language if you teach them English language. Look how they use this language to express their life, their culture, okay? Don't focus on how they pronounce or articulate. Are they fluent in English or not? Of course, non-English speakers will never be fluent like you as English teacher. So you need to use different ways and methods for non-native. For example, I'm using language as I told you as example, okay? Redirect your role in the classroom from instructor to facilitator. Let them speak together. Let them write their, for example, play and act in the class, okay? And speak to each other in their own way. Doesn't matter how they speak and talk to each other. Let them do. Just you can facilitate how they can listen to each other, how they can use the language in proper way to express and to send their messages clearly. As teacher, nowadays, as global teacher, you should not teach them direct. You can give them the resources. Let them again design and create and write their own lessons and ideas and let them speak. Next, if you please. Maintain high expectations for student performance. If you teach non-English speaker, for example, for sure, you will develop or create what we called in education psychology, low expectations. This will reflect in your evaluation to your students, okay? Then you will become not trust and believe in them. From the beginning, start with good, not too much high expectations. This means that you are given that culturally responsive instruction is student-centered, based on their level, based on their needs, design, okay, and select the activities. Of course, considering and focusing on the differentiation. This will help them to learn and to improve their language, rather than just give them assignments and very limited time under your own criteria. No, use their criteria. Incorporate methods for self-testing. Don't give them quiz, write the questions, and consider this is the end of teaching. No, let them even create their own self-evaluation. And we did a lot of research. I will show some results very soon. Improve and support the idea that when the students share their instructor in selecting the way the tools to be evaluated, they become more achievers and they improve their learning. So this is very important. Teaching students to self-test while learning new information will help them better remember and use what you already taught or teach to them. Next, please. Maintain an inclusive, and this is the key word, describe all these processes. Inclusive curriculum, classroom, education become now as the operational definition of multicultural and global education or global classroom. What is the meaning of a global classroom? Inclusive, remains respectful of all differences, whether you are teaching students from your nationality, language, or from others. Imagine that, and this is the case in UAE. That's why we achieve a lot of successful indicators indicate that all teachers and the students in this country really respect and interact and feel an achievement in a good way, because they work together inclusively in integrating these different ideas, activities, materials, and give freedom to the students to understand and to recognize what they learn based on their abilities. Everyone is unique, as you know, you agree with this fact. So integrate the curriculum, the different subjects together using different materials will help in even improving the English language. If I teach Arabic, I can integrate with English. This will help them to respect you as English teacher, or teaching them as non-native speaker, etc. Again, I focus on this example because by the end you will see how teachers come to this country using their background, well prepared, will be easy for them to success and to achieve their goals in improving their teaching career and process. I will show you and present to you 3 initiatives, practices here we did, I and other colleagues, through doing 3 projects or research. If you please, Dr. Joyce, next slide. The first one, actually, it was like investigation and research about using of evidence-based strategies to support children's emergent literacy in Arab countries. We took some samples from Emirates and Oman and Saudi Arabia and other countries, and we trained the teachers. We trained the teachers about using this strategy, evidence-based strategies, to teach English language. Of course, by improving the text, reading, analyzing, knowledge of letters, pronunciation, writing, and the results indicate that when teachers use these competencies in analyzing and preparing their lesson plan, in this way, they help the students to learn quickly and to become more achievers. Number 2, we also examine the importance of practicum. When we teach our students, prepare them for the diploma and teaching level, we put in our mind that the most important course is practicum. So we designed the course and focusing on field experience more than theories or information, because I know if someone come to my college and select to be teacher, it means that he have this passion, he want to be teacher, but he don't have the skills or the competencies. So if I keep lecturing you from now till morning, you will never show the skills. If I engage you, involve you in real experiences, you can find and get this from outside yourself in the reality and improve your competencies. So first mechanism or initiative was using this evidence-based strategies. You can use any similar strategy in teaching. Number 2, as university, as colleges, as leaders, we need to give more chance to do practices. And number 3, we need to improve the teacher's evaluation. One of my research and my colleagues actually investigate how teachers look to their evaluation in both sides, the way they evaluate their students and the way we evaluate them. Okay, most of teachers since long time, they complain, they suffered from non-fair or justice in evaluate them, because when I go to evaluate teachers, this was in the past, okay, until 2015-16, until we publish these results, then the Ministry of Education here and many schools, they start change the methods they use to evaluate teachers, focusing not only on the way they plan and present or lecturing students, they focus on the creativity, the ideas, the activities created by teachers to teach or to reach the goals or the learning outcomes. We found by these 3 initiatives that improving competencies can be done by change the way we prepare our teachers, change the way we evaluate our teachers. This will enhance and help them to trust themselves more, and then they can improve their competencies. Next, please. As I told you, I start from the beginning, I start from the end. Now I back to the end again, personality profiling. Trust me, in order to establish and start and design your personality profile, the most important step you need to improve your leadership skills, but you need, first of all, to increase your awareness, your self-awareness. Don't tell me that you are qualified to teach. Look to yourself first. Do you have enough competencies? How you can do, how you can evaluate yourself, how you can improve your leadership skills. You need to improve and to check your awareness. Self-awareness, very important. The benefits of self-awareness prepare you to be aware about your weaknesses, your strengths. Improve your strengths, you can change and remove your weaknesses. Improve your skills, update your knowledge. This will help you to become effective teacher. What is the importance of improving self-awareness and leadership, or for leadership? Let us watch this video. I like this video. I present this video to my students many times. Really, it's really inspire us to know how to think about ourselves. Then we can decide and solve many problems and improve our leadership as teachers, to improve by the end our competencies. Very interesting video. Go ahead.
Tennessee Williams once told us, there comes a time when you look into the mirror and you realize that what you see is all you'll ever be. And then you accept it, or you kill yourself, or you stop looking in mirrors. And speaking of mirrors, someone else once said, if we spend too much time scrutinizing what's in our rearview mirror, we're certain to crash into a light post. I've spent the last 4 years of my life studying people who look in mirrors, rear view and otherwise, in their search for self-awareness. I wanted to know what self-awareness really is, where it comes from, why we need it, and how to get more of it. My research team surveyed quantitatively thousands of people. We analyzed nearly 800 scientific studies, and we conducted dozens of in-depth interviews with people who made dramatic improvements in their self-awareness. Now, initially, we were actually so worried that we wouldn't find any of these people that we called them self-awareness unicorns. True, but thank goodness we did find them, because what these unicorns taught me would create a groundbreaking revelation for how all of us can find genuine self-awareness. And that's what I want to share with you. Today, I want you to reflect on how you're reflecting. I know that's a mouthful. And to get there, we're going to need to shatter one of the most widely held beliefs about finding self-awareness. But first things first, what is this thing we call self-awareness anyway? It's the ability to see ourselves clearly, to understand who we are, how others see us, and how we fit into the world. Self-awareness gives us power. We might not always like what we see, but there's a comfort in knowing ourselves. And there's actually a ton of research showing that people who are self-aware are more fulfilled. They have stronger relationships. They're more creative. They're more confident and better communicators. They're less likely to lie, cheat, and steal. They perform better at work and are more promotable. And they're more effective leaders with more profitable companies. In the world of self-awareness, there are two types of people. Those who think they're self-aware and those who actually are. It's true. My team has found that 95% of people think they're self-aware, but the real number is closer to 10 to 15%. You know what this means, don't you? It means that on a good day, 80% of us are lying to ourselves about whether we're lying to ourselves. Pretty scary, right? So you can imagine the challenge we had in figuring out who was truly self-aware. What do you think would have happened if I had said, hey, How self-aware are you? Exactly. So to be part of our research, our unicorns had to clear 4 hurdles. They had to believe they were self-aware, as measured by an assessment my team developed and validated. Using that same assessment, someone who knew them well had to agree. They had to believe that they'd increase their self-awareness in their life, and the person rating them had to agree. We found 50 people out of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds who met our criteria. They were professionals, entrepreneurs, artists, students, stay-at-home parents. And we didn't find any patterns by industry, age, gender, or any other demographic characteristic. These unicorns helped my team discover a most surprising truth. That approach you're using to examine your thoughts, your feelings, and your motives, introspection, well, you're probably doing it. There's no easy way to say this. You're probably doing it totally wrong. Yes, there is a reason so few of us are self-aware. So let me tell you about the evening that I first discovered the ugly truth about introspection. It was about 10 p.m. on a beautiful Colorado spring evening, and I was in my office, hopped up on Diet Coke and Smart Food popcorn. And I just analyzed a set of data, and to say that I was surprised would be an understatement. My team and I had just run a simple study looking at the relationship between introspection and things like happiness, stress, and job satisfaction. Naturally, the people who introspected would be better off. Wouldn't you think so? Our data told the exact opposite story. People who introspected were more stressed and depressed, less satisfied with their jobs and their relationships, less in control of their lives. I had no idea what was going on, and it got worse. These negative consequences increased the more they introspected. So I was quite confused. Later that week, I ended up coming across a 20-year-old study that looked at how widowers adjusted to life without their partners. The researchers found that those who tried to understand the meaning of their loss were happier, less depressed 1 month later, but 1 year later were more depressed. They were fixated on what happened instead of moving forward. Have you been there? I have. Self-analysis can trap us in a mental hell of our own making. So things were starting to make sense. Now, you diehard self-awareness fans, and particularly introspection fans in the audience, might be thinking, sure, introspection may be depressing, but it's worth it because of the insight it produces. And you're right. I am not here today to tell you that the pursuit of self-awareness is a waste of time. Not at all. I am here to tell you that the way you're pursuing it doesn't work. Here's the surprising reality. Thinking about ourselves isn't related to knowing ourselves. So to understand this, let's look at the most common introspective question. Why? We might be searching for the cause of a bad mood. Why am I so upset after that fight with my friend? Or we might be questioning our beliefs. Why don't I believe in the death penalty? Or we might be trying to understand a negative outcome. Why did I choke in that meeting? Unfortunately, when we ask why, it doesn't lead us towards the truth about ourselves. It leads us away from it. There are so many reasons this is the case. Today, I'll give you 2. Here's the first reason we shouldn't ask why. Researchers have found that no matter how hard we try, we can't excavate our unconscious thoughts, feelings, and motives. And because so much is hidden, from our conscious awareness, we end up inventing answers that feel true, but are often very wrong. Let me give you an example. Psychologists Timothy Wilson and Richard Nisbett set up a card table outside their out 4 identical pairs of pantyhose. And they asked the people walking by to pick their favorite. Now, consumer research shows that people tend to prefer products on the right. And that's exactly what happened. Even though every pair was identical, people chose pair D at a rate of 4 to 1. And when asked why they had chosen the pair they had, they confidently declared that pair D was just better. And even, get this, even when the researchers told them about the effective positioning, they refused to believe it. The second reason asking why is a bad idea is that it leads us away from our true nature. We like to think of our brains as supercomputers, rationally analyzing information and arriving at accurate conclusions. Unfortunately, that's not what happens. Let's do a quick exercise that's based on another classic psychology study. So if I were to ask you to make a list of all the reasons your romantic relationship was going the way it was, what would you say? Let's say that in general, your relationship is pretty awesome. But let's just pretend that yesterday, you happened to get in a huge fight about the proper way to load the dishwasher. Really bad. Now, because of something called the recency effect, this is going to carry an unfair amount of weight. You might start thinking of things like, I am so sick of his mansplaining. Or you might think, why the hell does it matter so much how I load the dishwasher? And before you know it, you're thinking your relationship isn't going so well. Asking why created alternative facts. And over time, this leads us away from who we really are. It clouds our self-perceptions. So you might be wondering, if asking why makes us depressed, overconfident, and wrong, it's probably not going to increase our self-awareness. But don't worry, I am not here today to tell you to stop thinking about yourselves. I am here to tell you to start doing it just a little bit differently. So if we shouldn't ask why, then what should we ask? Do you remember our self-awareness unicorns? When we looked at how they approached introspection, we found the answer. We analyzed literally hundreds of pages of transcripts, and we saw a very clear pattern. Although the word why appeared less than 150 times, the word what appeared more than 1,000 times. Let me give you a few examples. Nathan, a brand manager, got a terrible performance review from his new boss. Instead of asking, why are we like oil and water? He asked, what can I do to show her I'm the best person for this job? It changed everything. People now point to Nathan and his boss as proof that polar opposites can work together. Sarah, an education leader, was diagnosed with breast cancer in her late 40s. And when she asked, why me? She said it felt like a death sentence. So then she asked, what's most important to me? This helped her define what she wanted her life to look like in whatever time she had left. She's now cancer-free and more focused on the relationships that mean the most to her. Jose, an entertainment industry veteran, hated his job. And instead of getting stuck what most of us would do and ask, why do I feel so terrible? He asked, what are the situations that make me feel terrible and what do they have in common? He quickly realized that he would never be happy in his job, and it gave him the courage to pursue a new and far more fulfilling career path as a wealth manager. So these are just 3 examples of dozens of unicorns that asked what instead of why. Do I have any Nathans or Sarahs or Jose's in the room? I'll add one more, Tasha. So earlier this year, I published a book about all of this, which I am so proud of. But one day, for some unknown reason, I did what every author is never supposed to do. I read my Amazon reviews. And you guys, it was devastating. I asked, why are people being so mean to me about a book that I spent thousands of hours researching and wrote to make their lives better, right? I fell into a spiral of self-loathing. It was honestly one of the low points of my life. A couple of weeks went by, and it dawned on me that maybe I should take my own advice. So I tried a different question. I asked, what about all those people who were telling me that my book has helped them change their lives? What a different outcome. So no, I wasn't doing it right either. This is not an easy world, is it? Not at all. She knows, we all know. But I've seen so much evidence that self-awareness gives us a much better shot at finding happiness and success in this crazy world. To start, we just need to change one simple word. Change why to what. Why questions trap us in that rear view mirror. What questions move us forward to our future. As human beings, we are blessed with the ability to understand who we are, what we want to contribute, and the kind of life we want to lead. Remember, our self-awareness unicorns had nothing in common except a belief in the importance of self-awareness and a daily commitment to developing it. That means we can all be unicorns. The search for self-awareness never ever stops. Life goes on. It's up to us to choose to learn and grow from our mistakes and our tragedies and our successes. One of the best quotes I've ever heard on this subject is from Rumi. He said, "Yesterday, I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today, I'm wise, so I'm changing myself." Thank you very much.
Yes, I think you all agree about the fact that teachers, in order to change the world, they have to change them or their approach. They have to improve their personal or personality profile by keep asking themselves what I need to do in order to become competent to face the future, the new generation.
I'm often asked by people,
thank you so much.
You know,
thank you so much.
How can I so people? How can I know if somebody's lying to me? How do I?
Thank you so much for hearing me, and I am happy to, if there is any chance or any possibility to ask or to give any comments, my pleasure. I hope that I give you some of my thoughts, put them together in this very short time, just to open your mind as a teacher, as a leaders, what in the reality need to do in order to become more competent. I trust that you all competent and have good competencies, but still we need, again, to improve and to increase and to enhance our competencies. Check and visit your profile, see what you need to do. Again, what you need to do to become fully competent. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Al-Bustami. That was wonderful. There are so many key takeaways that I've written down. I know our participants have written them down too. I'll give a little virtual hand clap. I'll encourage others to do the same. Participants, if you've got questions, good. Yeah, I see Nora's chatting away already in the chat box. Let's engage in that asynchronous perhaps and nonverbal way. We can keep reflecting on our comments as we build on them throughout the day, because there have been so many nuggets that we've learned just in our first hour or so here together. So I want to keep us moving, and I want to take us to our next presenter. So with all of these learnings in mind, let's keep chatting away questions or comments as they come up. I'll be monitoring the chat box, and I'm sure many people will as well. But I'd like to call up to the virtual stage now Dr. William Clifton Green II, who is the author of Becoming a Successful and Wealthy Educator in China for Expats. Dr. Clifton Green will be speaking with us today about his phenomenological, I can never say that word, I'll just say that. I even did my dissertation on it, but there we go, I'll put that out there. Speaking of always learning, right? His study, which was technology, gaming, and English language instruction of Chinese learners. So a lot of the key themes highlighted and our keynote address will come up in Dr. Clifton Green's talk as well. The purpose of his study was to determine the effectiveness of using video games, so that engaging, interactive gaming approach to education in junior high school, lower secondary, and English as a foreign language classrooms in Shanghai and China. Dr. William Clifton Green II is an educator, researcher, and startup founder who has been active in Shanghai, China for the past 10 years. He's worked with over 550 students and 22 members of staff. And under his guidance, the center that he has directed, the Maying Foreign Language Training Institute, has expanded with 2 directly owned centers in Shanghai, as well as a franchise center in the Pudong New District, which is also located in the city. And he currently serves as the CEO of that organization. So I will call up Dr. Clifton Green II to our virtual stage. Come on up and go ahead. The floor is yours. We are running just about 10 or 15 minutes or so behind our schedule, but I want to keep us moving and give you the full chance to present. So participants, please be chatting your questions in the chat box for consideration.
Okay, all right, thank you for the introduction, Christine, and thank you, Dr. Pittman, for giving me the opportunity to present at this seminar. I hope everyone can hear me. And I would just like to, first of all, discuss the Phenomenological Study, where we, as a center here, a language training center here in Shanghai, we're able to get students, junior high school students, perceptions about using video games to learn English in the classroom. This was a unique experience in that oftentimes in classrooms in China, learning takes place through rote memorization, and primarily to help students prepare for tests. So we were very grateful that the parents at our center were very open to the idea that that students can learn through video games, and that video games could potentially be useful in the classroom. You know, we were talking about global competencies, and one of the things I've found, I'm an American citizen, but I reside in Shanghai, that my students here in China, just like students back home, they know all the video games. So they might not use the same textbooks to learn, but if I bring up video game characters like Mario or any of the newest video games, just like students back home in the US, students here in China have also played those video games, and they're also very interested in them. So in today's study, what I would like to do is, I would like to do a live trial of the video game that I use with my students, which is called Scribblenauts. It's a puzzle prompt video game where students can input adjective noun combinations to solve problems within the game. So it was originally an off-the-shelf video game. Wasn't designed for use in the classroom, but we were able to adapt it for use in the classroom. And in terms of developing teachers' global competencies, I would like to look at a game evaluation rubric, which is something that I didn't have at the time when I did this dissertation research, but something that I think will be of great use to teachers as they are deciding how to use technology in the classroom, and what are some of those factors that are important when deciding which type of technology to use in the classroom. And of course, I'll go through the rest of the study in terms of the research methodology, and also as well as the findings in that research study that we did. So just a little bit of background about my situation. It takes place through traditional rote memorization. Sorry, I think my connection was a bit slow there. English language teaching in China has been described primarily on traditional rote memorization and drilling techniques. The reason for this is that a lot of teachers, they are primarily concerned with helping students pass language tests. So in junior high school, for instance, students have to take the Zhongkao English, which is the English exam offered by the central government as they move from middle school to high school. And then in grade 12, they have to take the Gaokao, which is the very similar to the SAT. There is an English section on there that students also have to prepare for. So teachers traditionally have focused mostly on grammar teaching as this helps students to do very well on those tests. However, not only in China, but around the world, one of the things I found in my research is that teachers and researchers, professors have started to find that students using video games in the classroom can also be just as effective, if not more effective in some cases, to help students improve their language learning, just because of the fact that when students are interacting in these games, that they're experiencing language, they're interacting with each other. So in many cases, particularly if the video game is a virtual world, they are interacting with students from around the world. And then they have the opportunity to practice competencies, as well as 21st century skills, such as innovation, collaboration, and so on. Now, in particular, we found the game Scribblenauts to be very useful in the classroom because it's educational in nature, which has been found by other researchers. And it also develops students' problem solving, logic, and spelling. And so what I would like to do is, before I go on, is to do a little demonstration of this game Scribblenauts so you can see what it looks like and why I think this can be a very useful game in the classroom. So I have it here on my, I have it here on my iPhone, so I'll open it up. So this is the Scribblenauts remix, and this is the main character whose name is Maxwell. Now, in this particular game, you can see I've selected a puzzle prompt to solve. And in this particular puzzle prompt was already created in the game. There is a level creator where you can create your own puzzle prompts based on activities that you're teaching in the classroom. And in this particular puzzle, it says, cut the tree down and grab the real starite. Okay, and so I'm gonna click OK and get started. In the top right-hand corner, you'll see a place for me to input. Here I can type in the names of various objects, and anything that I type will appear on the screen. So for example, if I type hammer, you can see a hammer will appear on the screen. I can also type animals or people, for example. This game recognizes over 22,000 different adjectives and nouns. I can also type in adjective noun combinations. So I can type in big blue book, for example. and a big blue book will appear on the screen. I can take that book, I can give it to the character, I can put it in his hand, and so on. But the key thing here is I need to get that star from the top of the tree. So I'm going to type in wings, and I give the wings to the character, and then I can fly to the top of the tree and get the star to solve the mission. But of course, I'm going to go back and do it again. There are other ways to go about getting the star, not only typing in wings. So I would like to ask, and I'm not sure if anyone, if they can respond, but you can type as well. Does anyone else have any other ideas on how we can, let me just close that, how we can get the star from the top of the screen? All right, let me check the messages here. Oh, okay, someone said with the ladder. Okay, with the ladder, that's right. So that, yeah, a ladder would also work as well. So I could put a ladder there and I could climb to the top. Obviously, we'd have to do some things with the language to make that ladder a little bit longer. So for example, we might type wide or long ladder and so on. We could also, one of the things that the students came up with, the students wanted to make the character ride a dragon. So they typed in dragon, and a dragon appeared on the screen, and the students rode the dragon to the top of the tree. And then another one said something like spaceship one time. That's something that also came up. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Oh, someone said chop the tree down. That's right. You can cut it. Yes, that's right. You could cut the tree down with an axe. That would also solve the problem. A saw, yes. Any one of these different solutions would solve the problem in the game. So let's just do chainsaw. And give the character a chainsaw. So you can see that also worked as well. So this is not the only type of puzzle in the game. There are other types of puzzles that involve interacting with people. Let me just make this full screen. In addition to other activities where you have to operate machines and so on. So, you know, this from the start, when I first saw this video game and it was introduced to me by another teacher, I thought, you know, that this game would have potential to be used in the classroom. The problem in my research study was the need to understand English language acquisition, problem solving, and critical thinking skills, as well as collaboration using game-based learning in Chinese classrooms. And I wanted to get the feedback from Chinese junior high school students themselves. So that's why I did a phenomenological study, because I wanted to include them in the learning experience. And I also wanted to understand how Scribblenauts, as a model video game where there was already elements of language learning, how this type of video game could scaffold language learning and motivate learners to contextualize the learning experience. Because when the students were in the game, no one would potentially be directing their learning outcome. In other words, that they would have multiple attempts to work together to think and brainstorm solutions to problems on their own, and also to do that autonomously. The research focused on how junior high school students, how their perceptions and skill development and motivation when playing the video game would help them to improve. And we also wanted to address the efficacy of how video games in the classroom could help language teachers not only help students learn English, but also help them pass tests of language proficiency as well. So I think in this way, we can get two birds with one stone. So this is one of the things that I wish I had when we did this study. But you can see the link on the screen. I think we also have this PDF, which we'll share with all the teachers and leaders in the seminar today. But essentially what it is a rubric for evaluating digital educational games in the classroom, so that when making a decision about what type of virtual world or video game to use or to utilize, that the decision is based on the previous research and questions that previous researchers familiar with video games, using video games, that they have posed about how we can go about effectively utilizing video games in the classroom. So I'll open up that rubric. Let me just minimize my screen. So this is the rubric for evaluating digital educational games. And you can see the rubric, the score is out of 36. I guess that's it's kind of arbitrary, but it's a good starting point for determining. Schools could then determine what's the cutoff point for what would be an ideal video game or educational game to use in the classroom. There are things in here such as the desired learning objectives and goals, the target age group, a brief description of the game, whether or not the game is free, and so on. The key points here is, as we go down the rubric, are two types of considerations. One type of consideration are the pedagogical considerations. So when choosing a video game, seeing what are the relationships with what's taking place in the game to what's being taught. What are some of the problem-solving characteristics in the game, as well as how is knowledge integrated into the game, and how do students receive feedback while they interact within the game. The other type of consideration are the learner considerations. So thinking about how learners are developing their skills. And we talk, there's lots of talk these days about 21st century skills. So some of the things that might be interesting are how are students able to control or interact with the characters within the video game, within the world of the virtual world, and how does that correlate with their abilities? How easy is the game to use? Does it require technical knowledge and so on? How will students work together as they play the game? And how does the game promote student engagement? And this is the kind of thing that that teachers and also school leaders can go through and analyze and discuss before introducing a game into the classroom. But this is also something that students themselves can reflect on. Many of the students, a lot of these games, like Scribblenauts is one of them, students have actually played before, so they also are able to give input on games before they use them in the classroom. So let me talk about the research then. So with the research, the central question in my study was, how do Chinese junior high school students describe their lived experiences and perceptions about using game-based technology to learn English in an English as a foreign language classroom in Shanghai, China. And by junior high school students, I mean students, if we're talking about the US curriculum, students who are in grades 6 to same as in the United States. And we say English as a foreign language because in China, students rarely use English outside of the classroom. So they primarily they're learning English to be global citizens, but their use and interaction with English outside in a natural context is very limited. So hence the need for this study in terms of thinking about how we can introduce worlds where students can have like assimilation, so they can interact using English in as close to an authentic way as possible. Some sub-questions in our study was, how do Chinese junior high school students describe the influence of video games on their ability to learn or acquire English? And how do they describe how playing video games contributes to their skills, 21st century skills, such as creativity, innovation, problem solving, while they were acquiring English? And finally, how do students describe their collaboration with peers while playing this video game? And so one of the things that we did prior to doing this phenomenological study was to try to determine what would be our rationale for using video games in the classroom to justify that to ourselves as well as to our stakeholders within the organization. And what we found was that games, based on prior research, can act as rich primers for active and deeper learning engagement with subject matter. And the reason for this is that video games provide engaging as well as contextualized settings for authentic problem solving. And so if you've ever seen any students with a video game in hand or with a device playing a video game, you'll know that they tend to go through the levels without much prompting from anyone, even if the levels are very challenging, insofar as they're interested in the challenge that the game provides, and that the game provides opportunities for the students to develop their skills. As you know, students, they tend to get very involved in this. And one of the reasons we found for this was one, the video game effect. So video games in general encourage player engagement and satisfaction. And students, when they are engaged in video games, they enter a state of flow. And as they're doing this, they are learning. So games promote learning because as they are learning, students are engaged. They're engaged through variety of different domains, effectively, behaviorally, cognitively, and also socially and culturally as well. So learning is taking place, and all of this is taking place autonomously. Of course, as students are engaged in the game, they're interacting with text, they're interacting with characters who are sometimes speaking, sometimes they're interacting with live people, other people who are in the game as well. And so that led to our third understanding in that when students are engaged in games, they're learning language as well. So let me just go to. So I'll go to the research methodology. And in this study in particular, there were 30 students. They were Han Chinese, 100% were Han Chinese, residing in Shanghai. Some of them did speak Shanghainese as a first language, but certainly not the majority. Most of them spoke standard Mandarin. The average student was between 12 to 14 years old in grades 6 to 8. In terms of their English level, most were reading at a Lexile level of about 890 to 900, which is, in my experience, much higher than the average student here. And that is because these students, many of them go to bilingual or international schools. That said, most of the students were middle class to affluent students. At our center, these students, they studied in a 2-hour literature course. This is a course that ran over the weekends, and the students, they come in for, you can consider this course to kind of be for enrichment purposes, and to develop their interest in reading, and so that's why parents have enrolled them in this course, as opposed to a traditional grammar-based class where students would primarily focus on test prep. These students in this study were selected through purposive sampling, and primarily the reason for that is because that these were the highest level students at the center in terms of their abilities. And we wanted this to be a phenomenological study where we spoke with students and we got their input and insight. And the site where the study took place was a language training center in Pudong New District in Shanghai, where there were about 512 students. And so what we did was we had 3 types of data collection methods. We did interviews with the students, one-to-one interviews. We had 10 30-minute semi-structured interviews. 18 questions were asked in total during each interview, trying to ascertain the students' lived experiences regarding their use of Scribblenauts. We also had focus groups. We had 3 one-hour-long focus group sessions, and we asked 13 questions in total during each session to also try to determine what were students' perceptions of their language learning, of their acquisition of 21st century skills, and so on as they played Scribblenauts. Finally, we collected student written work as they, over the course of the study, as it was related to using Scribblenauts in the classroom. There were 30 written responses which were collected in total. We informed the parents about the study, and we were able to get permission from all 30 participants for them to participate in the study. So after we collected all the data, we organized it. We began the first cycle of coding. We reanalyzed our codes. We began a second cycle of coding. We identified key themes, and then we categorized these themes. And of course, this study complied with the Drexel University Institutional Review Board IRB process. And we made sure to protect the student's identity. In fact, today, as we look through these results, you'll see that we only use pseudonyms in this study. And the parents as well were informed of this, and they all agreed to participate in the study. So what we found, and as the students described their experiences, we found that students indicated these key themes: learning motivation. They indicated that there was creative problem solving and learning as they engaged in the game. They surprisingly indicated a preference for technology enhanced learning versus traditional learning, which is quite interesting because in this learning environment, it is common for students to actually, at least officially, support the traditional ways of learning. We also found that students, they indicated that gameplay stimulates learning and skill development. And students also talked about the value of working together or collaborative engagement as they were interacting in the game. And then rather than just bring up the observations as I've just described them, I'd like to share with you some of the things that the students said as they were interacting in the game. For example, when it came to learning motivation, one of the students said she liked playing games more than reading books because the books are sometimes boring and playing games is much more fun. Another student said that he enjoyed interacting in the game better than Chinese teaching. What he meant was it's better than what happens in his Chinese class. He said, because a lot of students are not paying attention, and we use this machine, it will be more interesting in learning. And another student said, I think the technology is good because I think technology is more fun. So these are students just talking about how they were motivated to take part in the game. And they're also making that comparison to other types of learning that they've had in their lives and the effect that that had on their motivation. Another theme that came out in the study was creative problem solving and learning. A student said that Scribblenauts can let your imagination be more and let you know more English words, and you will study the words and type in the words by yourself. Again, there's lots of, you can put out a lot in that. This student talking about imagination, talking about learning language, and also, being able to do things, being able to interact and take control of the learning by himself. Another student said that they think it's a game for children to learn more words and to use their imaginations. The third theme that came up was a preference for technology-enhanced learning versus traditional learning. And this one, when we asked students questions about their experience using the game, they had a lot to say about this. And for example, there was one statement by Anna, which basically says, talking about the type of words that they're learning and how in Scribblenauts, the words were more challenging than the words that they are learning in the classroom traditionally, or not we'll say traditionally, typically. And another student saying that they learn faster and because it's interesting, and they're comparing that to how when the teacher tells them something, teaches them some vocabulary words or some grammar, they practice and they don't have the opportunity to use what they've learned. And again, emphasizing that it's boring, and I think the game is more interesting for learning. Fourth theme was gameplay stimulates learning and skill development. The student said, I think it's fun and exciting because we help the main character solve problems. And I love the process of it. And so the process of going about solving problems. Another student said, we're thinking of what to use to solve the problem, and we are learning more new words and think more about what we have learned or known. And another student said, it changes the way, I guess, the way we learn. Like we use the game to learn our vocabulary and our ideas will come. In conclusion, you need to open your mind to think of ways to solve problems, which, this is what we're talking about today in terms of developing not only, I think, globally competent teachers, but globally competent students who are able to take action and solve problems. Theme 5, the value of collaborative engagement. Students talked about how they needed to work together to solve problems, and that because they wanted to succeed in the game, they actually saw it meaningful to work together and to collaborate to solve problems rather than just being forced to work together. One student said, it's a game and I'm competitive, so I want to win. So I discussed with my friends about what words we should write. And then in talking about group roles, one student said, I'm the creator. His partner is the typer. And another student said, he's writing, she's looking, some think and others spell the words. And so how we didn't really go into detail about how this, and analyze how this collaboration was taking place, because it wasn't something that we didn't tell the students which roles to take on or how to take on roles, but they managed to get themselves organized to solve problems. And they somehow intuitively knew who was good at typing and who was good at thinking of ideas. 93% of the students would recommend the game to their friends. Students, when asked, encountered and learned about 29 new words while playing Scribblenauts. And overall, students they indicated that they had motivation. The motivation for learning came from the fact that the game was collaborative and the gameplay was sufficient and also exciting. They believe that it encouraged them to be, Scribblenauts encouraged them to be creative and solve problems as well as learn new vocabulary. They also believe that using technology in the class is better than traditional ways of learning because it allowed them to be creative, solve problems, have fun, and work with others. They also suggested that they would recommend this game to their friends. And they believe that gameplay encouraged them to think about how to solve problems in the game as well as take action based on what they've learned. So going back to the original research questions, how do Chinese junior high school students describe their lived experiences and perceptions about using game-based technology to learn English? Well, students were positive and motivated to solve problems in new ways. They indicated the level of challenge in the gameplay was sufficient, and they were positive about collaborating with others to solve problems during gameplay. And also, how did they describe the influence of the video game on their ability to acquire English? Well, they believe that language learning happened when they used their imaginations to solve problems, and they believe the game enabled them to acquire new vocabulary words, and they did not believe that they acquired grammar while playing the game. And how do they describe how video games contributes to their skills such as creativity, innovation, and problem solving? Well, they believe that Scribblenauts was more interesting than traditional ways of learning, teaching and learning vocabulary. And they believe that it encouraged them to be proactive in order to solve problems within the game. And as a result, they felt more motivated to be persistent in their learning. And finally, how do they describe how Scribblenauts helped them to collaborate with peers while playing the video game? They emphasize the importance of working together to solve problems in a game. For them, for the students, group collaboration involved decoding prompts, brainstorming solutions, as well as checking their spelling. So as a result, students had to take on differing roles in order to be successful and make progress within the game. So these are some of the findings that I found in my research. And I think that video games and also virtual worlds where video games are played, where students can interact with others around the world, will become increasingly more common in classrooms in the future. I do think, though, it's important for us as educators, as researchers, as teachers, as leaders, as well as stakeholders within the educational organization, to be proactive in terms of doing our due diligence, in terms of trying to understand what factors best promote learning through these virtual worlds, through these video games. I think starting with rubrics, like the rubric I showed you on the screen a little bit earlier today, today for you, it's this morning for me. These rubrics are a good start for us to evaluate educational games before we bring them into the classroom. But I think that these are things that will have to be developed more in the future. And I also think in terms of looking at video games in the classroom, we have to think about eventually moving to the point where we create these types of digital educational games or have them created or have them made specifically for our different curricula and specifically for developing global competencies. So that, let me just stop there. So I'd like to thank everyone. Oh, someone asked me to share the link for the for this rubric. Let me see if I can find it on here. So I've just shared the link to this rubric in the chat box, so you can download it from that site. And yes, I would like to, so just want to say thank you to everyone for giving me the opportunity to present my findings. And I hope that this work, this research can inspire people to look further into developing students' 21st century skills and helping students enter and develop their voices to express their ideas in education, as well as through video games and virtual worlds. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wait, I'm not seeing the link. Did you put it in the chat?
Yes, let me see. Did it? Yes, I put it in the, I see it. That's a direct message. Let me see if I can share it in the general group.
Oh, okay. You did.
Okay, I think I just shared it. Oh, everyone, okay. Share it with everyone in the meeting.
Yeah,
okay.
share it with everyone.
Okay, okay, now you should be able to see it.
All right, great. Well, Dr. William, thank you so much for such an engaging presentation. A lot of great takeaways, a lot of great nuggets. I took some notes on engagement, on being in the flow, on collaboration and teamwork, on the role of role play and collaboration as part of developing these global competencies. So being able to see not just how students show up in a classroom and learn with a teacher maybe who's talking directly at them. We've clearly seen that that's not really the way to go to teach global competencies, but to move towards a more engaging teacher as facilitator, letting the students take the center stage and drive some of their learning. So those are some of the big takeaways I have. I know our participants have more. At this time, I think I would like to turn the presentation over. Dr. Joyce, do you want to go ahead with presenting some of your slides, or should we take a 5-10 minute networking and resource building break?
I think you were going to do the break with the networking, so go ahead with that, and then I will go next.
Okay, excellent. So let's just take a 5 minute break. We are running slightly behind, but that's okay. Let's not leave our computers, but let's maybe think through as we network, as we look at the resources that were shared with us, the toolkits. I believe you have them in your email. I'd love to know what is top of mind for anybody as you are thinking through the presentations you've heard, reflecting on our grounding question for today. So feel free to go ahead and chat your responses in the chat box. I think if you want to raise your hand, we can unmute you on our end. But let's maybe engage in just about 5 minutes of dialogue as we introduce ourselves to each other and see who's here. And if you're able, do turn your camera on so we can see you. And
just
Sam's
real quick, if you're not aware on how to raise your hand, at the bottom of the reaction of your Zoom screen, there is a reaction and you can raise your hand there and I can unmute you.
I see a few people coming off camera. Helen, I may or may not put you on the spot to raise your hand. Of course, we can chat in the chat box. As we think about what it means to build a globally competent classroom, to be globally competent educators ourselves, what does that mean for us? And then let me throw out a difficult question, because I know we've got a ton of smart people in the room. How do we evaluate this? William talked a little bit about evaluation by thinking through what types of digital games we're including, but how do we begin to evaluate global competencies in ourselves so that we can teach them to students?
I think this is a time too for you to, we didn't have a lot of time after Dr. Runham's presentation and Dr. Green. So this would be the time for you to open your mics and just engage in conversation with them if you like, or with each other about any comments that you might have, or observations that you have regarding the overlap or the linkage or the connections. Because this is a conference that's about connections. So what connections did you see between Dr. Al-Bustami's presentation and the technology demonstration and research presented by Dr. Green? There were some definite synergies there. And I know that I took some notes. And one of the things that stood out to me was that the power of technology is in the way that it's used. And so and that was a comment by Dr. Abustami, and we clearly saw that in Dr. Green's presentation. It was almost as if they planned their presentations together. Dr. Abustami pointed out to us that 21st century competencies include collaboration, knowledge, skills, group work, assessing one's own work, and then global and critical thinking skills, in addition to innovation, and most of all, self-awareness. I was really impressed by the focus on self-awareness because so many of us don't really reflect on that. And that's so important for teacher educators to learn how to reflect, to engage in metacognition, thinking about themselves, but also being aware of how others might perceive them or their actions. And so this concept, this idea of self-awareness is a very strong one, particularly when it comes to being culturally competent, because we always say people won't remember what you said, but they will remember how you made them feel. Think about that. So sometimes in our interactions with individuals, when we think that we're being culturally aware, when we think that we're being culturally sensitive, we may not be, because we're doing our own self-assessment. So what are some ways that we can get feedback from individuals when we're communicating with them to help us to become more self-aware? Well, one way that I think about is through, as we said, partnering together, working together on group activities, as well as collaborating on projects. These are all ways that we can improve our communication. And that's all a part of what Dr. Abustami talked about in terms of, as teachers, we have to get away from sometimes the content and understand that we are preparing students to be global citizens. So what does it mean to be global citizen? You have to be the global competency. All goes hand in hand. They're not separate concepts. We also talked about some strategies for improving in these areas, which included looking for more evidence-based strategies, incorporating more practicums for our teachers so that they get more practical experience. Not every student, not every teacher can go abroad in order to get this immersion into other cultures. But there are ways that we can do that through the technology, through setting up pen pals, by setting up collaborative projects where students work together on developing their stories through technology, developing and exchanging videos about their way of life, and then coming on video systems like Zoom and being able to communicate with each other that way. And teacher assessment, how important is that? And again, it was pointed out that a lot of teachers are not happy with the assessment system. And a lot of students are not happy with the assessment system. They don't like the way they're being assessed. Teachers don't like the way they're being assessed or evaluated. So, we have all these variables here that interfere with our ability to be able to be comfortable in this new global context. And so I think as we become more self-aware, all of these elements, all of these factors come into play. So what are your thoughts about the synergies between Dr. Abustami's presentation and Dr. Green, and what you've heard for the last 2 days, yesterday and today?
And as you all are thinking, I do want to just call out maybe a few questions coming in from the chat box. This one's coming in from Andrew. How do we get buy-in from parents and our administrators to change from traditional teacher-dominated teaching styles? So that maybe can help frame some of our thinking around what Dr. Joyce has challenged us to think about. Maybe one of our panelists wants to take this. How do we get buy-in from parents and our administrators to change from traditional teacher-dominated teaching styles in the spirit of developing globally competent citizens?
Dr. Cam asked a question. He said he's curious about what quantitative measures of global competency that are being used in different contexts. Well, yesterday we had Dr. Lippert who presented, and we have a tool that we used in that research that I could share with you later. I don't have it readily available here with me right now or link, but I can certainly get that information to you. So anyone else who's interested in that instrument that she used, even though, like she said, we did have to pay a fee for that instrument. It wasn't totally free. We do have certain rights to share it, and we can share information. I believe that she did yesterday about how you can acquire that instrument. I also have a survey that I had asked everyone to complete as well. It was a survey connected to the summit, really, that's about global teaching competencies. And it's 30 questions, and some of you have already completed that. And I was going to share it in the panel presentation when we get to that. But certainly, if you've not completed that survey, that might give you an idea, if you complete that Qualtrics survey, that of how you might at least get a cursive look, set of data about the global competencies of your teachers or yourself. I did it just to see where, of course, that's how I found it. I did it just to see how globally competent I was, based on how I perceived myself as being globally competent. And I was surprised that I wasn't as globally competent as I thought after spending many, many years working abroad and working with diverse populations all of my career. There were still some areas where I could use some improvement, and we all can. We will all find that, I think. So understanding where you are and what areas you need to focus on as you look at how to change your own practice, as well as how to influence the practice of those teachers or educators or colleagues that you're working with. So again, it first begins with us. And, there was a comment, Dr. Nabil, you can open your mic if you're able to.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Joyce. I'd like just to give some comments about the 2 points here or questions. One was about how we can, by parents and administrators in the school or organizations, to improve. Actually, in my opinion, we cannot separate between the teacher's reactions and academic or educational process and administration or a school system or schooling system at all. Number one, changing the habits and changing the method of teaching, and it is referred to attitudinal process. I mean that we need to rebuild and to redesign or to support the positive attitude from parents, from administrators in school as comprehensive and holistic like organization improve the learning, because learning process include all teaching surfaces, building attitude, building interest, sharing parents in planning, sharing parents in designing the learning, let me say, outcomes and materials. All are important to consider. By these initiatives, we can engage in the reality, the parents and the administrators and all those are work in the education body or in the school as educational community. According to Dr. Nabil points that if we sure or not, or how we can sure about if someone or how one can increase self-awareness. Again, I mentioned in the point that everyone want or really want to globalize or to improve him or herself. He or she must think about his needs, need to do self-assessment. If you start assess yourself and if you start identify what you need to improve in your skills, in your knowledge, in your even behavior, in your attitude, It means that you start being aware about yourself. Developing your portfolio means that you need to do self-assessment, needs to attend, for example, some seminars, or to read, or to study, or to interact more with the students. Share your students in what they need, then you can design and plan your lesson. This is the way to improve and to be awareness about yourself. I understand your concern that it is not easy because it cannot be answered by how to do as you watch in the video, but keep asking yourself what I need to do. Is this the end of the story or the journey or not? If you move from step to step, if I am right, correct me, it could be aligned with Maslow hierarchy, describe the human needs. You cannot move from one to one until you ask what I did, is this enough, or what I should do in order to move toward the next and the next step or type of needs. I think being aware about myself again require to evaluate all my performance or initiatives, or get and receive feedback from my students or my partners or stakeholders, etc. Thank you.
Dr. Nabil put a comment in the window in the chat. He says he can't. I don't know why. He says he seems to be locked out. Oh, there he is.
I already messaged him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Dr. Nabil, do you want to share your comment there?
So it's just that, I mean, it's as Dr. Khanum said, that you can try to self-assess, and that can take you quite far if you're constantly doing it. I just wonder that psychologically, it might just be impossible to do. Ultimately, I mean, there's a limit to how far you can take it. At the same time, if you inculcate listening skills somehow, and that can be done by a game. I can imagine a scenario where you set up a game that does that, although I've not heard of one yet, then maybe that will help, because those who are better listeners tend to be also those who are globally competent and self-aware. At least one can hope. I mean, I think there's a connection there, although it's not one I've ever seen in any literature. That was all I was thinking. As for the receptacles, this comment by Dr. Green, that some parents believe their children are just receptacles for teachers to pour content into, that's often true, but I think most parents are open to other ideas if they think it's likely to succeed. They're more worried about the success of their children than how their children are educated. At least that's how I see it. Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay. Well, if there are no other questions for our presenters, I think we'll move on to the next agenda item, if that's okay with you, Christine?
I think so. I think it'll be your presentation, if you're up for that, going through the slides that Dr. Kelly emailed you.
Yes, I'm going to have to pull those up, which I will do. So you guys can continue to exchange ideas while I do that. We're just going to share some information that's specific to our project in terms of what we've been doing in the areas of curriculum development, as well as outreach and publication. And so, Dr. Kelly, are you here? I don't see her logged on. So
I don't think she was able to join. I think she was having some type of tech trouble.
Okay, so I'm going to, first of all, share her presentation because she was first to go. And so hopefully you guys can see it. And Dr. Kelly is the co-PI on this project. And I mentioned in my introduction that curriculum development, as well as outreach to professionals to come in and provide expertise in various different cultural contexts. And we do that through the an initiative called, which she started, you can get to the show. here called the Global Education Colloquium. And with the School of Education, Drexel University, and it's part of the Global Teach Connect project. And there are also several other funding sources as well. But right now, the Global Teach Connect project is one of the major supporters of this colloquium. And so now I'm just going to take you through and describe what it is. So what is the Global Education Colloquium? You can Google Global Education Colloquium, Drexel University. And what you will find is a reservoir, an entire database of experts that have come in, videos of speakers from international environments who have come in and spoken on various different issues that are related to global competence, as well as many other global perspectives. So it's a monthly speaker event series that is attended by faculty, students, and educators from around the world who are committed to bringing global perspectives to education, research, and teaching. And it started in 2013. So it was actually in play 2 years before we became funded. As I mentioned on the first day, we started exploring this issue of global competence and the need to create more global perspectives within our programs within the School of Education, and otherwise with the intent of disseminating that information to a larger audience. And so she founded the Global Education Colloquium in 2013. Then in 2015 is when we first received our funds. So up until then, the funding came mainly from the School of Education, as well as some funds from the university. So who can attend these? Anyone can attend these events. They're free, they're open to the public, and they're given every month. And now that I have all of your emails, if you like, we can put you on the mailing list for the announcements, and you can always unsubscribe if you don't want to receive them. So what are the goals of the Global Education Colloquium? The goals of the GEC are consistent with the overall goals and objectives of our grant, which is to connect theory to teaching, research to practice, to introduce educators to cutting-edge research on global, international, comparative development, peace, and human rights education, which is all a part of global competence at the higher education level, is how we are addressing it. And then where can I find more? This is the link for the Global Education Colloquium, which if I take you there right now, I'm going to go to the next slide, then maybe I'll take you back there, and we will, to make sure we have time to cover everything. Because I also want to take you on a tour and show you a course that has been developed that has 3 modules that can be delivered in as one whole entire 3-hour, 3-credit course, or it can be offered as 3 separate modules based upon one's interest. And right now, it's open to anyone who wants to take them. And they're non-credit, but you do get a certificate if you complete these modules. And I will show you those courses, that course is one of them. We have 3 courses that we were funded to develop under this initiative. We've completed 2 of them, and now we're working on the 3rd course, which we are hoping that outcomes from this summit is going to provide data and input and inform us on what that course should look like in terms of content. So I'll be sharing that course with you and asking you for your feedback on what we've already planned. So Education, Research, and Global Context is a new book series with Emerald Publishing that is currently been contracted by Dr. Kelly at Sokopi to publish cutting-edge scholarship in the field of global education, welcoming the interdisciplinary work that not only we've been doing, but others as well in our own research. Much of the research that you saw the last 2 days is research that was done under my tutelage. These were my students. I was their chair. I had an interest in this area, so did they. And so together we collaborated with their dissertation work, and they completed their dissertations on topics that were of interest to my research agenda, but more so their own, because they came in with those ideas. And as a result, I decided, wow, I want to chair them because that research is consistent with my own agenda. And so we made for good partnership. So you've seen yesterday the competency study delivered by Dr. Lippert and Dr. Green, who just finished, Dr. Dissinger's study. All of that research was done under myself and my research agenda for this project. And so what can I learn more? You can learn more through this link that goes directly to the Emerald site where the book is being posted, and you can find the book proposal there. And you can even, if you like, you can submit a proposal or an idea for a chapter if you feel that you want to contribute a chapter to the book. And they're saying, of course, the team will review all applications or ideas, and then Dr. Kelly will decide, since she is the lead editor on this, she will decide which proposal she accepts. And so for more information, this is Dr. Kelly's email, KEK72, very simple, if you want to write that down, at drexel.edu. If you're more curious about the work that she's doing with the Global Education Colloquium, maybe you want to be a speaker. You can be virtual. Matter of fact, Dr. Nabil, that's how we first he came to us as a speaker, and that's how he became affiliated with this project and was able to share his research from Abidjan. I'm not going to even try to say it. Dr. Nabil, what was your research? Abidjan? You're still muted. That's okay. All right. But at any rate, so
I was discussing about it roughly a year ago, a little over a year ago, my experience in Azerbaijan on a Fulbright grant, where I was doing some curriculum reforms or trying to help them design curriculum reforms for American Studies, for their American Studies program, while also trying to do some historical research. It was a mixed experience, but it was wonderful to have the opportunity to go over the experience, share that with an audience, and formalize my thinking. And now I'm trying to continue to formalize it for a publication out of the same series. So it's a wonderful initiative, and I urge everyone to join.
Great. So now let's go back and let's go to the colloquium, and I'll show you what that looks like. And then the next part of this presentation will involve sharing the curriculum that we've developed. So let's see if we'll go there without kicking me off. I'll stop sharing my screen so I can share that screen. Navigating all this technology for the last 2 days. Aren't we good? Yes, we are. And you are too, because you're here and nobody's gotten disconnected. It's just absolutely fabulous. So are all of you seeing my screen now? Right, the Global Education Colloquium. So this is the site for the Global Education Colloquium. If you look down over to your left, you'll see all of these dates. And these are all of the events from 2013 all the way up to 2020. So we don't have the well, we do have some 2021s in here. They're just not in order. And so we can come here, and if we know an author's name, we can search it. There's also a brown bag lunch series that we have. We talked about ways of getting to know each other. How do you get to know your colleagues? How do you become more culturally competent? Brown bag lunch series is a series that the Global Education conducts on a monthly basis that features distinguished speakers and a lively discussion. So once we bring in the speakers, we have, this is monthly. So once the speakers come in, they don't just come in and make the presentations, except during the pandemic they did. We were all virtual. But in the best of our world, once they would present, then there would be a brown bag lunch where they would sit around with students, faculty, anyone who wanted to attend, and just talk about the global connections that they had or the ideas that they had, and whatever. The topics presented are the result of the research spanning a full range of learning and teaching and training topics in international studies, peace education, social justice, inequality, and so on. So this is a very, very, this idea, you can start this idea in your own university. Global Education Colloquium, anyone can start one. You can start one at Abu Dhabi University. You can start one at your school, Dr. Green, where you could have these global education conversations, bring in speakers virtually or in person to have them present on various topics related to developing one's global education competencies. So that's the Global Education Colloquium. And let's just take a look and see if we can, I think we can even find about, okay, 2000, what year were you, Dr. Nabil? You were in 2020?
Yes, it was May of 2020, and it would have been in person except for the pandemic. So it ended up being a Zoom experience like this one.
Right.
May of 2020.
There you are. So this is Dr. Nabil's presentation. And again, if you come here and you want to hear
everyone to Drexel
entire
University's Global
presentation.
Education Colloquium. My name is Kristy Kelly, and I'm a faculty member here in Global and International Education. I'm very, very excited to be here today to introduce Dr. Nabil El-Tikriti, who will be talking about his experiences working internationally and specifically on engaging with higher education in Azerbaijan. I also want to give a special shout out to Dr. Joyce Pittman, who has invited Dr. El-Tikriti to be here today, and to the University of Pennsylvania, who is funding this event. Dr. El-Tikriti is an associate professor of Middle Eastern history at the University of New York.
So I'm just going to click forward
in the sense that we know it today, and you see that legacy in modern Azerbaijan.
So he used a lot of
the oil
visuals. It was
industry,
a very
which
interesting presentation
dominates the
on the
economy, and I'll
culture
just
of this
point out
area
that
that we knew
Azerbaijan
little about
was
until he
50%
actually came
global
and made
production
this production.
in the years prior to World War I. Someone corrected me this week, said it was 1905. So it's an old and dominant oil sector. Then there's their national novel, or as some of them refer to it, their national novel, which intriguingly enough was written by a German Jew who survived and I think thrived during World War II, if I remember correctly. And the story about the author is that book on the right, The Orientalist, which has come highly recommended. I haven't yet gotten to it, but I just ordered it this week and I wished I had gotten to it. Well, countries. Then you have Nader Shah, who's a famous 18th century Iranian general who had a short-lived dictatorship and was huge for some reason in the Caucasus. I should look into that more. He may have come from the region.
So
then the Nakhchivan Bektashis, which is a very detailed study on a Sufi order in Nakhchivan. And then...
So I think you get an idea here. So again, if you want to come to visit our global, do a virtual tour, and you can go to any of these presentations, you will learn so much from these wonderful speakers that have come in from all over the world to present at our Global Education Colloquium. And they've been coming since 2013. And so many, many presentations there. Not all of them are there, but a great number of them are. And so we encourage you to visit our resources. And if you are interested in becoming more globally aware, or you just are looking for ideas to implement within your own institutions, ways that you can bring people together in order to create this wonderful idea of global awareness. And so I'm going to stop sharing that site, and we're going to go back to where we are here. And so that's the end of that presentation. So I'm going to stop sharing that. And I'm going now to our next. Maybe I didn't do it correctly. Trying to get to my other screen about the curriculum. All right, so let me make sure that I have that document open. Click to exit. Okay, I didn't exit it. Pardon me. So back to my screen here. There we are. Lost my screen for a minute. Moving as fast as I can, guys. Okay, so now we're back to our moderator screen, and I'm going to go to the next activity. All right, so I just shared with you Dr. Kelly's presentation. Are there any questions about the colloquium before I move on to the next part of this? Okay. Did you find the colloquium interesting? Interesting concept, idea? Yeah, somewhat?
Absolutely.
All right. All right, so now we're going to move on to the next activity. So I can look forward instead of backwards here. Curriculum development for higher education. Excuse me. Another part of our grant was, again, like I said, we were funded to develop 3 courses. And the idea was that we were going to create a certificate with 3 courses that teachers who wanted to become and develop their global competency skills would take these 3 courses, or they could take 1 or 2 or none, really. It was because these are electives, they're not required. We've been trying for the last 2 to 3 years as we develop these courses to get them included in the programs within the School of Education. And so far, we have gotten 1 course to be approved, and it's now an elective as a part of our PhD program. In our EdD program, we don't offer electives. So far, our students, our program director hasn't been able to find a way to work in such a course, which led us to the other option, which would be to develop this as a non-credit 3-course certificate so that teachers could just take it for professional development and then open it up to others as well so that anyone could take these courses. So the course that I'm going to show you, the first course that was developed was the Global Education Colloquium course. And because students now get credit for the Global Education Colloquium, if they attend the lectures, the monthly lectures, they get a credit for it. So it's an incentive to get them to participate because it is not required in their programs of study. So by offering them 1 credit, extra credit that they can get as an elective, allows them to be able to do that. And that course is Gender Policy, Issues, and Equity. And then the second course, that was developed by Dr. Kelly. Her expertise is in gender equity and global international education. And the second course is the course that I developed on culture, policy, and pedagogy of language learning and teaching, with a special focus on least commonly taught languages from theory to practice. Now, I mentioned yesterday in my opening that the U.S. Department of Education identified how many languages, who remembers how many languages? How many least commonly taught languages did we talk about yesterday? Anybody remember? 78. there were 78 least commonly taught languages discovered by the U.S. Department of Education in the study that they did, which led them to, again, put large millions and millions of dollars into this Title VI program to focus on, how to prepare teachers to address the needs of these learners who speak these least taught languages, because we were not including that in our teaching programs, so teacher education programs for the most part. And so we developed this course that we believe addresses some of what they want. And we're working on the third course. And as I said, I'm looking for this summit to provide us with some direction, as we say, learning forward, some direction for what this third course should look like. And then we will begin development on that. And I might be inviting some of you who might be interested in working on that course with us, pending our funding for this year coming up. And I'm pretty sure we are going to get refunded if we decide to continue this project. So you'll let us know if you think this project is worth continuing. What do you think? All right. So now I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes, it's 3:41. I'm going to try not to spend more than that, talking about the curriculum development initiatives, and I just talked about that. So now I'm going to show you the course and just kind of give you a brief overview of it so you can see what's included there. Now I'm going to go out and see if I can find my course, because I did open it up before we started, and I'm just going to go and see if it's still there. Slides edited. Okay. Here. It's Blackboard 1. I'm on my way right now, just to let you know what I'm doing. I'm on my way to Blackboard. And it looks like Blackboard is still open. So let's see if I go into my courses, if I can find that course on Blackboard. And it's populating. These are all the courses that I'm not going to say that I ever taught. It looks like it. So here's our course. So I'm going to make sure that you can see the screen that I'm looking at, because I just located that course. And here it is. Can you see my screen now? So I click on the course, and the title of the course is, I'm just going to go to it's language and migration. And I showed you the full title of the course in the PowerPoint. So we're just going to go to the first module. Let's just go to week 1. So, and again, I have an entire syllabus that's pretty big. It's a pretty big syllabus. Introduction, the course opens with an introduction to a nation with multiple languages. If you were taking this module, this is module 1, then it would begin with this first introduction with a focus on immigrants and refugees who have come to the United States, because they're the ones who are speaking most of these least commonly taught languages. And then you have, at the end of the module, it tells you what you can expect to learn, describe a variety of legal and legislative decisions, how they shape U.S. migration, literacy, and English language education in a global context. Most changing ideas about English language learner education. What are some misconceptions that we can change about English language learners in K-12 and educational settings? Accounting for English language learner students and global and multilingual world. What are some major concerns surrounding the English language learner in education? So we get very, very specific. And most teachers, when they see this, they go, ooh, I can't answer any of those questions. And that's good, because that's why we designed this course and these modules. So then they have required readings. It's laid out like any other course. So we have required readings. Affirming, for one thing that we talk about in the beginning is students write to their own language, bridging the language policies and pedagogical practices. You know, what do you believe as a teacher? Because that's important, you know, what a teacher believes about her students and what their rights are in the classroom. There are some teachers we talk to that say they don't feel like they should have to accommodate the students that come to them in different languages, believe it or not. Because they say, I'm not a language teacher, you know, I'm a science teacher. And that's the job of the English language instructor. And it's not. It's all of our responsibility to be able, as we heard earlier from Dr. Ron, about finding ways that we can teach all learners and coming to them, not expecting them to always be coming to us. We've got to meet them where they are when they come to us. And this course puts the emphasis on that. Then we have a course journal. Weekly electronic journals are a way to get student reaction. So we have teachers who take these courses to keep a journal. They're in the classroom. So as they engage with their students when they are not, you know, in the course, this goes with them. This is not a course that you just come to and you do your 2 or 3 hour reading, you come to class, and then you leave it. This is a course that is a part of your practice. It's a practice-based approach. You might call it somewhat of a practicum, because we are teaching you as you have an opportunity to go out. And we're also asking you to keep a record of what's going on, situations that you run into as a teacher. Write them down, bring them to us so that we can help you problem solve and resolve conflicts that you have as a teacher. Right now, most teachers don't have, they feel like they don't have that kind of community where, I won't say most, haven't surveyed them, but many, I'll say a number of teachers that we have encountered in this project. So then we have, we show videos, My English, second language acquisition as individual and social construction. So we get into the theory of it as well. So it's from theory to practice, as we said in that course. So there's a great deal here that will go on. So this would be week 1 of first module. They do all of that. They start, and the journal goes on throughout. But there are 3 weeks in each module. So if they just wanted to take module 1, let's see what they would do in module 2. In module 2, they're redefining literacy in a global context, and they're learning more about what that's about. And notice the journal continues. And then we have American identity and the turn against immigration. So we talk about the pros and cons of having language diverse students in our classrooms. And we look at it from the perspective, political perspective, and how that translates into our practice. And then in week 3, we talk about intercultural education and the intersectionality, where they meet. And then, of course, the course journal continues. And then if they decide to stop there, they would do a project or a paper that, or ideally what we ask them to do is write a paper about how the module changed their practice. What new strategies did they learn? What do they implement? What are they doing differently now than they were doing when they took the module? So self-assessment, that was mentioned earlier today about in evaluation. We need better ways of evaluating teachers by having them self-reflect. And so we do that in this course. And then if they want, they go on to module 2. So what do we get into in module 2? We get into now, so in the first part, we're dealing with perceptions, we're dealing with feelings, we're getting them to observe what is going on in their environments. Then we get into the pedagogy. We don't start right away trying to have them learn all these new strategies. We let them spend 3 weeks studying their own practice, pretty much. And then, so in week 4, I've got 10 minutes, so I'm doing good. Is this interesting? Such a course? Have you ever seen such a course? Not really. All right. So this is what Dr. Kelly and I have been working on for the last 3 to 4 years. And so, and because we've developed this with federal funds, this course that we've developed is free. You can use this, you can take this course at UAE University, modify it, and deliver it to your students. Because the purpose of them funding this course, such course, is that they want it disseminated widely. And so we can disseminate, we will be publishing this course. And so anyone, because we did it with federal funds, can have access to it as long as you credit the U.S. Department of Education and Drexel University.
Great, highly appreciated, Dr. Joyce. Excellent.
So then when you finish pedagogy, what do you do in pedagogy? In pedagogy, I get so excited when I look at this, when I think about, the opportunity here for teachers to develop new knowledge, perspectives on language policies, and pedagogical practice. You got a lot of teachers in classrooms now. They don't know what you're talking about. They don't read policy. They're too overwhelmed with the day-to-day operations of discipline and teaching their content. So they don't think about what's affecting or what's driving, the operations, the practices that they are engaging in. So that we ask questions like, how can teachers make good pedagogical decisions and advocate the educational policies and laws that best serve the needs of students in today's diverse classroom? So we're not just talking about students who speak different languages. We're talking about all students. Every student succeed at. What is the pedagogical value of providing culturally and linguistically diverse students greater access to their own language and cultural orientations? Everything we've been talking about for the last 2 days. Which is why I waited to share this with you, because I didn't want to start with saying, okay, we've developed this course, because I wanted it to have more meaning so that you would understand the rationale of the thinking and the context of this course. How might we redefine language? And in doing so, refine ourselves and our students as human beings in the world. Why do we have to be identified by our language or by our race? I asked the question yesterday, does race matter? Does language matter? It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. But we find it being the source of much conflict in our schools and in our communities. What are some lessons that can be learned from beyond our national borders to address critical issues of language diversity and so on? How is language diversity, including dialectism, managed in other countries? That's why I wanted to hear what's going on in other countries. From the UAE, what's going on in China? What are we doing here? For us to come together and have this conversation and only hear perspectives from ourselves here in the United States would have been of less value when we're talking about global collaboration and global competence. Advocacy in action, speaking up for students in the teaching profession. How do we support our teachers? How do we speak up? What are the avenues for teachers to communicate with their policymakers, with their administrators, teaching them how to do that? Because many of them don't understand how to help bring about, to be a part of that change. So they suffer. Then we have a discussion board. We start that. We didn't start discussion board in the first week, in the first module, the first 3 weeks, because at that time, most teachers were not ready to open up. And we wanted them to have time first to deal with themselves. And so now we bring them into the discussion room. How can teachers make sound pedagogical decisions, etc.? Because now they have a knowledge base that they didn't have before. Are there similar courses, courses that address bits and parts of what we cover? Yes. And we had to do research on those courses. And I met with professors at the university like Dr. Vera Lee, who were ESL professors and teachers. I met with the multicultural education professors, and I talked with special education professors. So we have talked with all of them. We have global international professors like Dr. Rebecca Clody and Dr. Jennifer Adams, Dr. Kelly. We have a number of people, professionals that we call on and send our syllabus by them to make sure that we weren't stepping on, quote, any toes. Because, we get, with our courses, we can get kind of, I don't want to say possessive about them, but, we don't want conflicts. We don't want too much overlap, because then our students get confused about what courses they need. And so that's just a tour of again, like I said, there are two other courses. One is in development. The other one has been developed by Kristy Kelly. But I just wanted to share with you, in addition to holding summits, we do real work in this project. We dig deep. We do research. We're really looking to create projects and opportunities that will bring people together and that will improve teachers' global teaching competencies, that will make them aware that everything that we talked about today in terms of collaboration, knowledge, skills, using technology, critical thinking, innovation, all of those things are part of the pedagogical process. And working with least commonly taught language students, or any students for that matter, it should not be a separate event. These global teaching competencies should be incorporated into the fabric of our teacher education standards and what, in terms of what we expect from our teachers and from our teacher education programs, as well as from our K-12 schools. And so with that, I'm going to stop and take any questions. We do have another panel that starts at 4. But if you have questions or comments that you'd like to make about anything that you've seen here, please type it in the window, especially with regards to what I just shared with you in terms of the colloquium, as well as in the courses that we're developing. And I thank you. I thank you for your concern and for being interested in this topic to be with us during these last 2 days.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce. Actually, it is really awesome as described by our colleagues here, project. And let me also suggest to you that if possible to arrange like a workshop for some of our teachers interested in developing their curriculum and their course syllabus using your module. I think it is possible to do this. Is it right?
Yes.
So we can consider this like a cooperative project between my university and your university also to continue in the same direction. And by this kind of cooperation, we can improve how we can globalize the attitude and the perspectives in these two models and come together in creating something serve as global education curriculum or module or a perspective.
Yes, we can certainly discuss what that would look like. We're always interested in collaborators and partners, and certainly given our history of working together in the research, I would be more than happy to discuss and share. I can send you the syllabus. I have no problem doing that. What I just shared, I will send you the entire syllabus and anyone else who would like the syllabus. And you can give me feedback on it in terms of what you think about the entire syllabus. What I shared with you was just a whiteboard shell, but there's, believe me, a very big syllabus that goes with that.
Great idea. I finished discuss the issue of evaluating the methods and the curriculum in my course today, program assessment course, And part of our students' concern that they need to learn how to evaluate curriculum and how to evaluate new approaches in order to judge and assess whether they can use it in the schools, etc. So I believe that this will be a very good practices, okay, and model to use in both curriculum development at the same time evaluate the programs or the recent programs in order to improve and to enhance. Then we can continue writing about or creating such kind of programs to improve the competencies.
Yes, anyone who wants to collaborate with us, certainly. This is why we're having this summit, to bring together ideas. And this is not a one-time conversation that we hope to have. We want to keep it going. As I said, we're looking for this to be the beginning of a new direction.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate your initiative. As always, you are a very cooperative person. Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce.
I think everyone, you all make me better. Without you, I'm not me. So let me get our panel up. This is our next presentation is faculty. It's going to be good to hear from them. They are here. And Dr. MJ, Dr. Cam, looking for Dr. Cam. Welcome, Dr. MJ.
Hi, everyone.
You've been a great soldier.
I've really enjoyed this afternoon. I'm looking forward to adding my voice to this really interesting conversation.
I know, and we can't wait to hear you. So I'm waiting for Dr. Cam.
Dr. Joyce, I am here. I have some unstable internet activity, so I'll be here. I know Sammy's got a video that she's gonna share, so I'm ready to go whenever you are.
All right. So when we come to you, we're starting out with, first of all, I will let Dr. Caleb do the introductions. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over the moderation.
No worries. All good, all good. I know everyone's here and I wanted to just maybe pause for all of 10 seconds, give everybody here just a chance to think through what we've been hearing, because there's been so much great content here, so many great questions. And before we shift gears a little bit by going to the panel, I did want to give us those 5 seconds or so just to kind of reflect on what we're hearing. So we'll take that time now, maybe taking a breath or two. This is what happens when you get the mindfulness person to moderate the summit.
I was waiting for you to make us do deep breathing.
Deep breathing, here it is. Maybe
in
just take
and out.
Taking a breath in and out, yep. Because we really are the people all around the world that are providing the opportunities for students to take center stage and to change the world. So earlier today, we spoke about students being the leaders of today and tomorrow. And as the people who are working with those students, I think we have not just an obligation, but perhaps even a moral duty to teach and promote global competencies that are inclusive, that drive critical thinking, that drive innovation, that drive that self-awareness. So I'd love to continue now with our panel on global teacher competencies, equity, COVID, and focusing specifically on implications for education. So this is an action research case study that looks at digital equity and educational inclusion during an emergent COVID-19 divide. So as if the topics we were covering weren't big enough, let's just throw in a global pandemic, which really spotlighted some of the big gaps in our educational system. And I know we're all working to close those gaps, but I'd love to call up, obviously, Dr. Pittman is here on the virtual stage, Mary Jean MJ Teke DeCarlo, and then Cameron Kiosoglus. And they will discuss a little bit more about their research. So after their discussion, we'll hop into and close our summit out with a series of questions. So as you're listening to the panel, be thinking through, how do we take all of our learnings and drive them and apply them to our classrooms today or tomorrow, maybe even heading into this weekend. So panelists, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Well, I believe I'm the moderator for this panel. So I'll begin by saying, first of all, welcome to our panel. We're glad that you were able to stay on, and we hope that you finish out the day with us, and we'll try to get us out on time. But also know that from 5 to 6, we're going to leave the room open for anyone who wants to stay and network or talk or whatever. And Christine is going to be managing that. I'd like to welcome my esteemed co-writers, co-authors, beginning with Dr. MJ, and then Dr. Kim, and myself, Dr. Joyce. So I'll start with Dr. MJ, and I'll let her introduce herself, and then Dr. Kim will introduce himself, and then of course you know who I am. I don't need to say anymore.
Hi, everyone. My name's MJ TC DiCarlo. I've got a whole lot of names, but I go by initials. I am a former elementary school teacher with a special education background as well. After about 18 years in the field, I joined Drexel's School of Education. I'm an associate clinical professor of literacy studies. My research is focused around teacher education, as well as reading comprehension, both typical and atypical development, and a lot of early childhood education as well. And this particular project really grew through Joyce's leadership, through her suggestion that we document what was happening now a year plus ago in the spring of 2020, when we moved to emergency remote teaching and really started having some rich conversations, similar with what Christine said, about how certain divides were being exacerbated and how some divides were actually being closed by this new model of teaching. Unmute yourself, Joyce.
I need to be muted. I've been talking too much. I just wanted to say that, you know, it's been a pleasure to collaborate with Dr. MJ. It's always a pleasure to work with her. I worked with her on the curriculum committee. I was on the university committee for academic affairs, and she was chairing the committee for the college. And so we often, and that was 3 or 4 years, I believe. And those are tough committees. And so it takes tough cooking. So she's a tough cookie, and some people think that I am too. So we go together. And then we have next Dr. Kim. Can you just give us a little, I know you're on your phone, but can you just give us a little background on yourself?
Certainly. No, I want to echo MJ's remarks there, and to you, Dr. Joyce. This is a wonderful opportunity to collaborate. I'm a former US national team rowing coach. I spent the last 20 years working with elite athletes, and joined the School of Education as the program director for the Sport Coaching Leadership Program. And as the pandemic was abruptly changing the direction of all things that we were doing, Dr. Joyce shared this opportunity to collaborate, to talk about how digital equity was affecting education on all levels. And I think this opportunity for us to come together has certainly connected with my research interest in terms of reflective practice. That's my major area of focus, and I think it fits really nicely with a lot of the conversations we've been having on global competencies, and how this has really been an opportunity for us to come together through technology. I actually started this morning in San Diego, and will be ending the day in Flagstaff. So technology is allowing us to connect in a very, very literal sense. So appreciate the opportunity to be with you all.
Wonderful. All right. So about this panel, the panelists will share responses from the published paper. I sent that paper out to all of you. I hope that you did have an opportunity to read it, so that because we won't get into every detail of that paper, but we hope to get the most important parts of it. And so the panelists will share responses from the published paper. that emerged from current literature, researchers' experiences, and a small case study that we decided to do about our perceptions and practices at School of Education faculty towards multicultural educational issues, especially related to the rapid rise in online environments during the COVID-19 education transitions. And we found ourselves using just-in-time strategies for addressing digital equity to make sure, and inclusion, to make sure that we stayed connected with our students and that our students didn't feel like they were out there all by themselves, because for many of them, this was also a new environment. Now, most of us here in the School of Education, we'd already had experience teaching online to some extent. My position was pretty much totally online for the last 3 years. And so we had different experiences. So in looking at this topic, I said, I sent out a general call just to the college and said, you know, what are you guys doing with this transition? How are you considering equity? Are you doing anything differently or anything that you particularly would like to highlight that's making a difference in your ability to reach and connect with your students? Because I was really concerned about that, as many others were. I wasn't the only one. So I found four faculty responded. A few more did, and then they said, "Oh, well, I don't know enough about digital equity. I don't think it's a good fit." But ended up with 4, which was a perfect number for writing a collaborative paper. You know, you get more than 4, and you get a lot more confusion with regards to our different writing styles and all that. So I was I guess you'd say the editor, because everybody wrote and then they sent it to me and I try to fix it up. I try to write it and send it back to them. So you know how the collaborative process goes. So the faculty members, Dr. MJ, Dr. Kim, and Dr. Lori Severino, were asked to provide examples of educational inclusion strategies that were employed during transitioning their courses and advising to online environments in a Research One university, which we are. Faculty included 1 education leadership professor, that was myself, sports management, Dr. Kim, special education professor, that was Dr. MJ, and also Dr. Lori Sorvino, and both of them are also teacher education professors as well. Central issues explored included practices related to language, technology access, curriculum design, and technological competencies and assessment. Driving question was, how do institutions, schools, or educators provide learning opportunities to support digital equity and inclusive education practice to maintain and strengthen relationships and core practices of multicultural education during a time of physical distancing during COVID? What are the experiences, barriers, and successes? And that's what we all set out to write. And so we set out independently to write on these issues, and we did. So what are our findings? Research-based transformative knowledge, real situation, and practical resources for considering inclusive education, curriculum concepts were found that are connecting educators, teachers, learners, and communities during this time of crisis. In other words, we found out that because the article was accepted, that number one, the publisher found it to be valuable in terms of what we learned here. And so we wanted to share that information further. So we did learn something about what we were doing through our own practice, which is why we called it action research, because it was that kind of a fluid design. So what were some of the practical implications? In theory and practice, this new online movement suggests that learners, teachers, educators, and leaders are all gaining experience and knowledge about new resources and strategies for using technologies, assessments, as well as being more flexible in our curriculum, and so on. Such new and emerging strategies could be used to bridge the gaps in a time of distancing to support inclusive and equitable environments. Social learning culture, as constructed, performed, and captured in patterns of cooperation among faculties, shows the world is becoming more open and less restricted by borders. Because here we were, 4 professors, essentially from 4 different disciplines, who came together. We'd never come together like this before to talk about what we were doing in our courses, and particularly what we were doing online in order to ensure equity. And so the originality and value of such a collaboration is that this case study reports experiences that happened during the time of crisis. And the purpose is that we believe that it stimulates the experiences that we had, stimulated our creative and innovative approaches to creating ways to make sure that our learning environments were inclusive and equitable. So teachers' global and multicultural competencies. During COVID-19, like other problematic conditions in education, COVID-19 was determining in some ways what would be learned as well as who would learn. Because we know that not all of our learners were connected. And if they were connected, they were not connected equally. And they're still not. We believe that successful transition into creating a culturally responsive and equitable virtual learning environments is largely dependent on teacher and teacher educator skills and, as we've heard before, mindsets, habits of mind. What is it that we're willing to do in terms of working together collaboratively to reassess the development of new layers of culturally responsive knowledge and skills that we never thought about before, or at least thought about in a different way. So the purpose and significance of this case study is described here. And you notice you see that word connectedness in a lot of what I do, because I'm a big believer on connectedness. So we wanted these new online environments that we were experiencing to have an equal chance of reaching all of our students versus the potential that it had to also exclude. So while we say the technology opens up opportunities for students, it also can create barriers if we do not use appropriate strategies to create and make sure that the online environments that we create are indeed inclusive. So equity inclusion strategies in higher education during COVID-19. I'm going to now turn it over to Dr. Tiki, who is going to address this issue and how she approached it in this article. And she also has some examples that are going to be shared, and she can just let me know when she's ready for me to move on with that. Welcome.
Will do, Joyce. So in the spring of 2020, I was scheduled to teach a group of pre-service teachers, various different levels of certification, inclusive of pre-kindergarten through 12th grade in a classroom culture course. And when we moved to this emergency remote teaching, I had to take a step back and start thinking about the fact that my students wouldn't be living on campus or in their nearby campus apartments, and they were going to be having a very different experience. You know, earlier in her last presentation, Dr. Pittman mentioned, you know, one of these global competencies that we keep discussing is not just the ability, but the desire to meet your students where they are. And I realized that I probably, to a certain degree, took for granted where my students were in the most literal sense when I was teaching face-to-face, and in some ways in a larger sort of meta sense as well. So when we moved to this emergency remote teaching, a few things came to mind. The first was, quite literally, I didn't know where my students were. I didn't know what their learning environment was going to look like. They weren't going to be in a classroom with me 3 days a week. So I needed, in my opinion, I needed to know what affordances they had, what constraints they had, what did their learning environment look like, rather than make an assumption about their learning environment that if you're a Drexel undergraduate, then of course you have X, Y, and Z. So to gather that information, I did something really straightforward. I mean, how many of you, when you start teaching a class, whether you're with children or young adults or adult learners, where you do some sort of get to know you activity, an icebreaker activity? Well, I decided before the course started to do something similar to that, but instead do it as a survey. So could we advance to the next slide?
All right.
I created a survey really based around like trying to bridge those sort of get to know the individual, which I called the background knowledge types of questions, as well as some new emergency remote teaching type questions. So some of the things I asked related to course content: who was the most together teacher you ever had? Why did she or he seem so together? As well as some general career type questions for our pre-service teachers. What's your biggest fear and what's been your best teaching moment? So these, I think, are fairly traditional and probably ideas you've used in the past. If we go on to the next slide, I started asking questions about course expectations that really were informed by COVID-19. For example, how can I help you be successful this term? I think a lot of us assume that there's a teacher role, and if we carry off our teacher role, things will do well, but I really thought it was important to hear from the students. So here's a student saying, being extra clear on due dates and don't give busy work because this quarter will be hard for me. So they hadn't even started yet, but they were sharing that they had a lot of anxiety in the beginning of a pandemic in this new learning environment. It's going to be hard for me at home. I've got other things to worry about with this scary world right now. So I got similar responses from other students, which really made me go back and look at my syllabus and figure out, do I have any busy work in here? Are there things that maybe this term don't have to be completed by my students for grades in order to recognize the fact that they're living in a scary world right now? So I actually did take this student feedback and removed a small 5-point assignment that I didn't think was critical to meeting the course objectives. And then I also tried to gather information about the learning environment. Some of those questions, think about where you're going to be staying this term. How many people will be staying in that location with you? If any of you were teaching or have been in the last 18 months teaching online, there's been a lot of conversation about, do students have to turn their camera on? And some people feel it's really important in order to establish social presence or for accountability purposes. But when I realized that more than half my students responded 5 or more people are staying at the location where they were staying, they weren't going to have control over what was happening around them necessarily, right? So I made a decision based on this to not require my students to turn their cameras on, because they deserved, and the other 4 people minimum that they were living with deserved a certain sense of privacy during this time. I also collected some information as they responded to these questions about, do you have a dedicated workspace, a dedicated computer? And I was able to reach out to some students. It was really interesting, the ability to make video recordings. Many of them said no, which surprised me because pretty much everybody has a phone in their hand. And when I reached out to some of the students saying, the ability to make video recordings, where's the challenge? And they're like, well, my computer doesn't have a camera. And I was able to follow up and say, do you have a cell phone? Because if you don't, I'll be able to, because our dean was incredibly supportive and willing to supply students with things they needed to be successful. But a lot of them hadn't made the connection that they could make a video on their phone and submit that through our learning management system. So that was an interesting connection. I will say I had 2 students who said they did not have reliable internet access, and our university was able to send them hotspots. And I know one of them is still using their university hotspot and as a way to continue to connect to school. And I was just on the group emails that they're going to have to hand it in September when school goes back full-time face-to-face. And then lastly, when I wanted information about my students, generally when I teach a course, I have a big goal of making sure they're going to be successful when they get to their student teaching or their practice teaching or their internship, whatever language you might use around that sort of culminating teaching activity. And the short-term goal of making sure they're actually successful in my course and get a good grade and manage the content well. But I realized that as we entered this new space, this new emergency remote teaching during the pandemic, that there might be other needs my students had. So I came up with a number of things that they could click on. And based on these were the 4 most popular. So what I started doing was I started class 10 minutes early, and I would invite a Drexel resource to come and talk to them. So someone from our Drexel mental health department came. I reached out to the Drexel gym, right, that the students usually have access to when they're on campus. And someone came and talked about all the different the ways they were doing distance workouts, mindfulness activities, etc. I had I got a lot of unhealthy eating ideas. I really didn't have any idea what to do with that one. So I actually reached out to somebody in our College of Nursing and Health Professions, found a dietitian who came in and talked to people about, eating healthy when you're stuck in your house and your kitchen's right there all the time. And then we talked about planning for summer term. I had the advisor come in twice towards the end of the term and help them get ready at the end of spring going into summer. So rather than treat my job as teaching them the syllabus, I expanded it to helping them as people be successful, because as we all know, in order to be successful in the small way, you need to be healthy in a lot of other ways. So the first thing I did was really reach out and meet my students where they were. You can go to the next slide, Joyce. So to do this, I use something called Qualtrics. There's lots and lots of different things you can use. The ones that are starred are free, but this is something I first did in March of 2020 that I have now done with every course that I've taught since. And I think this is something I'm going to continue to do when we move back to regular face-to-face classes in the fall, because it developed really good teacher-student relationships, which is at the heart of the learning axis. And I think really let my students know that when I showed an interest in them as people and provided them support outside of the small, narrow definition of our syllabus, they were able to be more successful in general. You can go to the next slide.
Right.
Another thing I did that I think I'm going to continue to keep in practice, even when we go back to face-to-face, was come up with different types of participation. So when I teach a face-to-face course, at the end of every class session, I sit and write some anecdotal notes about who participated, who contributed, those kinds of things. And I use that as a grade. It's about 20% of my students grade in their face-to-face courses, because as future teachers, they need to be able to take a risk, talk, try, demonstrate to me that they read the readings this week, these kinds of things. So now we're moving to this, synchronous emergency remote teaching. And I started thinking, if there's 5 people or more in your house, you may or may not have reliable internet. You may or may not be turning on your camera. I mean, we're listening to Cam now, who's traveling, and we know what a different quality his contribution is able to be. And we're going to see afterwards his participation here was recorded because he wanted it to be a really seamless presentation. I knew he couldn't do that with his internet. I sort of sat with the same thing. How can I continue to value participation, but in a way that made sense for my students? So I just created, it reminded me sort of when Dr. William Green was showing this sort of high-tech learning game he was using to accomplish some rather low-tech conversational and development language skills. This was pretty low-tech. I just made a table in Microsoft Word, and whatever way made sense for those students to participate, they were able to get participation credit. So they could get participation credit by turning on their mics. They could get participation credit by participating in the chats, by participating in the polls. I used lots of polls, and they got bonus points every time they referenced the readings. And then the other thing I did with this was I would, at the end of every class, cut each student's individual line from the table and email it to them and ask them if they thought I captured all of their contributions. And it was a nice, almost like a member check, and a nice way for them to see that I really was actively open to the different ways they wanted to participate. So when they got to those participation grades, no one was surprised. And to me, this was a change in recognizing that different people participate in different ways. Different learning environments are going to engender different types of participation. And I wanted everyone to know that whatever they were doing was really valued. So those were my two adaptations. And one of the things, I said a little bit in my introduction is I was surprised that some of my students actually participated more in these digital spaces than they had in a face-to-face space. So for some students, this was a constraint, and for others, it really was an affordance. And I had students in 4 time zones when I was teaching these courses.
We wrote this article together, and I thought I knew everything about what you actually did in this paper, in this project. And I've learned more than I did reading what you wrote, because you actually went into a lot more explaining. It was really wonderful. I think that what you said resonates with what we heard from our keynote speaker, and that is we have to meet students where they are. And so there were a lot of comments going on in the chat. I know you didn't see them, but I hope you read them. Meeting students where they are, how to get to know and understand your students, great model, global competence in action, caring about health, psychological needs, very important. So yet learner as a holistic person, collaboration, sensitive to the whole learner, just so much. So
not huge lifts. Like I didn't have to redesign my courses from the ground up. I just had to take a step back and think about my students as opposed to just a syllabus.
Yeah. So sometimes we think we have to do a lot, but we really only have to just do what we do and then just pay attention to that and find a way of tracking what we do so that we can know what are the barriers, what are the successes. Like we said, we wanted to know that when we started this project. We go back to that first slide and we looked at the question that we were asking, and we said that we wanted to know what are the experiences, what are the barriers, what are the successes, and you certainly represented that well in describing what you did in practice and turned it into action research so that you actually could learn from that, and then others could also use it. Because sometimes we do so much, but because we don't share it with others, those best practices don't get utilized as much as possible. I see we have a hand up, and then we're going to go to our next panelist, Dr. Ranam.
Yes, thank you. I like the presentation. I like the findings. I like the factors or variables related, and you include in your case study to support your thoughts and your findings. We here also in Abu Dhabi start work in a project to evaluate and to investigate what are the psychological and sociological impacts on the students, on the community, in addition to understand and study the role of media by the education body themselves, media by the authority themselves to support both students, teachers, and any other members in the community. We are now in the time designing and start design the proposal for this study, and we are cooperate with the national authority to manage or for managing the crisis and conflicts in the country. So this will add to our knowledge more information how to adopt the syllabus to be matched and aligned with the students, as you mentioned twice. So yes, if we come with some results, we'll be able to adopt the methods and the way of teaching, regardless we back face-to-face or we'll continue. Again, we need to prepare our teachers ourselves also to the next crisis. I'm not having this sad or negative attitude, but we need to expect more crises in the future, so we need to be ready, preparing our system, our syllabus, our teaching, our teachers as well, to be ready to face and to deal with what we expect as psycho-sociological impacts. Then we need to define what is our role in all these conditions and circumstances.
Thank you so very much. We're going to move to our next speaker. I have a couple of slides to show, and then we have a video that he sent because he's in his car. So he recorded his presentation so that we could hear more of what he had to say because he is traveling. But Dr. Cam is a sports coaching leadership director and assistant clinical professor at Drexel University. And he, again, was one of my co-authors, and which is why we all panelists together. Sports and coaching are impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. And so because we were concerned about the whole student, not just the content courses, we want to know what's going on with regards to inclusion in the sports world, because we know sports is very important for our students. It's very important for many reasons, physical and mentally, and psychological, so all these things come together. Sports typically involves close contact, and it's mostly a face-to-face adventure. We know that. However, in these times, even coaches, in addition to content instructors and professors, have to continue to provide their instructional services in a unique way. The following examples share ways of connecting athletes and coaches from diverse backgrounds to overcome challenges of a global lockdown. And I see this as not just something we can do during the lockdown, but we can do it in any environment where there's a potential for some students being left out. We need to look for ways, how can we include students with disabilities in our sports programs? How can we do that? How can we include students who are isolated, who are homeschooled and can't be involved on the campus for whatever reason? In other words, so these are 4 strategies that Dr. Kim shared, and we're going to take a look at his video in just a minute. Philadelphia Community Rowing, he's going to talk about how he utilized a collaborative social media app that connected parents, athletes, and coaches to communicate. And we know how important communication is. Paralympic athletes using a daily online questionnaire to share any changes in their training, performance-related. Paralympic athletes, Move United shared 220 online resources to keep adaptive athletes in sport to navigate complex times. And then the Special Olympics focused on low-tech approach to promote community engagement, including distributing food parcels to families who've lost their source of income. So when we think about equity, inclusion, and global competence, it's more than just, as we said, knowledge. It's the whole individual and what makes that person feel cared about, what keeps them in communication and in collaboration with others. So now we're going to take a look at Dr. Cam's video. If Samantha is ready to cue that up.
Hi everybody, my name is Cameron Casoglis and wanted to share with you from our case study number 3, some innovative ways of coaching remotely with athletes from diverse backgrounds. And of course, the pandemic for all of us has been an incredibly challenging time. And for some leading sport coaches, they've been able to explore opportunities to provide ways of serving in very unique ways. The following examples share decisions made by sport leaders so that their programs can thrive during these unprecedented times. These case studies are examples of the implementation of inclusion strategies related to technology access, technological competencies, and program design. These examples show how organizations have attempted to continue to promote learning during physical distancing. These challenges have been immeasurable, and for some, especially in the sport context where physical proximity is a fundamental aspect of the traditional practice in sport, some of the underlying ways of being more flexible and finding powerful ways to communicate have been with the goal of strengthening the bonds across generations and including populations with special needs. Of our case examples, Philadelphia Community Rowing is one example of where the program has aimed to empower Philadelphia public school students to reach their highest potential through the sport of rowing. They're able to reach under-resourced youth to ensure they benefit from a team environment rich in racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic diversity. The pandemic has been a time where they have utilized a collaborative social media application that has allowed parents, athletes, and coaches to communicate regularly with updates. This has allowed continued connection with team members in their community and also allow them to engage in some homebound physical activities despite the obstacles of distancing that have been a result of the pandemic. Some of our US Paralympic athletes, due to the postponement of the Paralympic Games, this has presented athletes and their coaches an opportunity to connect more frequently using technology. They're able to use daily online questionnaires to share changes in their training and share performance-related updates and data. This allowed for many athletes to have a somewhat seamless transition from the traditional training practices of elite athletes, despite the period of forced isolation, as they were able to use technology, a way of communicating and sharing data with their coaches. Move United, another organization that's a non-profit based here in the United States to promote para sport for youth, adults with physical disabilities, as an affiliate with the US Olympic and Paralympic Committee, have been able to share over 220 online resources from their website to keep adaptive athletes in sport in order to navigate these complex times. They serve over 100,000 members across the US, and these free resources have provided a wide variety of innovative and creative ways for all their members to stay active during the pandemic. And finally, Special Olympics, an organization who serves children and adults with intellectual and physical disabilities, have focused on low-tech, simple approach to promoting community engagement. This connection was far beyond the known health benefits of sport, because leaders were able to connect with prioritizing distribution of food parcels during the pandemic to families who had lost their their primary source of income. And they partner with 172 nations serving 5 million people worldwide. So from these examples, we emerged from this pandemic locally and globally with a new perspective on how to connect. We are faced with building stronger bridges using technology to help with reducing the barriers to sport and provide equity and access so that we can address the gaps that have been created by COVID-19.
We thank you so much, Dr. Kim, and the committee members. So now I'm going to just go ahead and close out our panel with some takeaways, experiences, barriers, and successes. So these were some of our takeaways: experiences, barriers, and successes. Every barrier, what we learned is that every barrier may not have been completely addressed in our approaches, but the adjustments and the accommodations were made as quickly as we could. These are just a few ways that instructional flexibility can be a vehicle for supporting communities during COVID-19 or any pandemic or emergency situation to overcome the barrier of access and inclusivity using new online environments. The collective experiences of the 4 professors and the students and teachers they support provide insight into K-16 experiences during this pandemic. Barriers were encountered, but they were addressed. Divergent thinking was needed to provide solutions quickly that would support our learners. Faculty and K-12 teachers and leaders must be invested in making adjustments to meet the needs of all their students at all times. In conclusion, the proposed framework that I conceptualized as a result of this study is a conceptual framework for globalizing inclusive and equitable learning environments. I believe that supporting inclusive and equitable virtual learning environments in education during COVID-19 or any time will require that we create new curricula to include the needs and considerations of migrants and diverse learners from in their social cultural needs to reduce the disparities. I believe that we need new authentic assessments, as we saw demonstrated by Dr. Tiki's presentation. I believe that we must develop education leaders and teachers with specialization in inclusive and equitable learning design experiences. We must expand exemplary global learning language policy and distance learning networks. We must collaborate to transform teacher education programs and policies and practices to support new online learning. In order to do that, we must expand broadband and access to new technologies to close the digital divide that causes the divisiveness and the inequities that exist in the digital world. We thank you for your attention this evening. And in addition to other recommendations, here in the US, we do have a way to learn forward. A global preparation lens and intersectionality with our current INTAS standards for teachers is recommended for consideration. INTAS standards are the standards for teachers that now govern much of our teacher education, many of our teacher education programs here in the States. The Council of Chief State Schools Officers, Interstate Teacher Assessment and Support Consortium have these presented model core teaching standards that provide a cohesive, well-established set of standards that outline what teachers should know and be able to do to prepare K-12 teachers, students for the challenges of college or the workforce. We also have NAFSA, Global Preparation Lens for the INTAS Model Core teaching standards. It's intended to facilitate opportunities for teachers, educators to recognize and develop globally competent teaching within the INTAS framework. So we already have a framework. We just need to make sure that we are intentional about finding ways to assess, evaluate, and strategize about how we put these standards into practice in terms of what we teach and how we teach. There are global education, global preparation lens, statements that have been made regarding the knowledge, skills, and disposition that focus on the development of global competence within our current teacher standards. So we do have these policies in place, but the question is, to what extent and are they being implemented? The teacher preparation for global competency, and I've confirmed based on what I've heard the last 2 days, there are 4 dimensions to prepare teachers for global competency. First, we must consider the learner and the learning, first of all, then the content, then the instructional practice of our teachers, then the professional responsibility that we feel and have as teachers, as leaders, as parents, and as global citizens. So content includes 2 standards. Standards for content knowledge and standards for the application of that knowledge. It's one thing to have the knowledge, it's another thing to be able to connect it, like use different perspectives to engage learners in the 21st century skill of critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, problem solving related to authentic local and global issues. The learner and the learning, 3 standards. Learner development, first of all, should be our priority. Teacher understands learners grow and develop, recognizing the patterns of learning and development vary individually within and across cognitive, linguistic, social, cultural, emotional, and physical areas, and designs and implements developmentally appropriate, culturally respectful, and challenging learning experiences. Notice it says developmentally appropriate. In other words, we have to meet the students, again, where they are. We have to implement assessments such as the ones Dr. Tiki talked about that help us to learn more about our students, what they are and what their needs are, not just their content knowledge, not just their language needs, but what are their other needs, their well-being and their comfort. Learning differences. The teacher uses understanding of individual differences and diverse cultures and communities to ensure inclusive learning environments that enable each learner to meet high standards. This is what it means to be globally competent. Learning environments. The teacher works with others to create environments that support individual and collaborative learning and encourage positive social and cross-cultural interaction, active engagement in learning, social responsibility, both locally in our own country, as well as in global context, by collaborating with others, and then self-motivation by becoming more self-aware. Instructional practice. Effective instructional practice begins with us. It requires that teachers, as well as ourselves, understand the integration of assessment, planning, and instructional strategies in coordinated and engaging ways. There are 3 standards. First one is assessment. Teacher must understand and use multiple methods of assessment, as we saw demonstrated in this panel, to engage learners, to monitor their learning. We saw this in Dr. Green's presentation. We heard Dr. Bob Bustami talk about this with regards to teacher assessment, learner assessment, and I'm going to add leader assessment. Planning for instruction. The teacher plans instruction that supports every student in meeting rigorous learning goals by drawing up on the content areas, curriculum, cross-disciplinary skills, and pedagogy in global context. And 8, instructional strategies. Teacher understands and uses a variety, not just one way of teaching. You facilitate. You're not just pouring in. To encourage learners to develop deep understanding by project-based learning, having students create their own knowledge, drawing out rather than pouring in, and there's my word again, connections, and to build skills to apply knowledge in meaningful ways. This is what it means when we say to be globally competent. And then we look at the landscape of professional responsibility. It is our responsibility. You're here today, not because you had to be, but because you felt a responsibility of some type. I don't know what kind, but you felt some need to be here as a professional responsibility for professional development, creating and supporting safe, productive learning environments for our learners. We need to provide them with the same kinds of opportunities as well as our teachers. Standard 9, professional learning and ethical practices. We must be ethical and engage and use evidence when we evaluate. So we need to use authentic evaluation. Leadership and collaboration. The teacher seeks appropriate leadership goals and opportunities. And we must encourage our teachers to do that so that they become a part of the solution and not just experiencing the problem. We thank you for your attention today and yesterday, for being here during this 3rd annual Global Teach Connecting Summit. I have learned much from you, and I hope that you have learned from us. I hope we have learned from each other, and that we will continue to do so as we move forward. This will be not the last time that we come together to reimagine teachers' global teaching competencies to advance educational equity. The U.S. Department of Education thanks you. University of Pennsylvania thanks you. Drexel University thanks you. And I thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Gaylor, who will close us out with the next activity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's have a virtual or actual round of applause for all of the presenters. This was fabulous. It was fabulous, not just for the people who presented, but with the nuggets of wisdom that were shared here, shared by presenters, shared in the chat box, shared with each other. I want to go back to a word that Dr. Joyce used, connections. Connections. We're not just connecting with our students, but we're also connecting with each other, because in connecting with each other, we now have a global network of educators who are championing this work around the world, just like we are. So there's that local component, a national, and a truly global component in a borderless world. Many of the issues that we heard about today, many of the solutions that we heard about today are so pivotal for where education goes, not just tomorrow, not just for the rest of this year, but for 5, 10, 100 years from now. So as we transition now into a time of shared dialogue and discussion, we can chat. I see some of the chats coming in. Education has changed forever, says Tara. I'd love to open up this discussion for us to think through not only what the notion of global competency means, and we can look at those two words from so many different lenses that we've seen today, but also to picture ourselves as learners in that lifelong process as well. Going back to developing self-awareness, to leadership skills, to facilitation skills, to understanding how the digital world has very physical consequences for students' well-being, their mental health, their sense of self, for who they are. It also has consequences for our own understanding of those topics for ourselves. So how do we reimagine educational policy to create and support innovative pedagogical practices to ensure educational equity for all diverse learners in emerging learning environments? I'll chat that in the chat box. I do have questions prepared, but I'd love to open it up for all of your questions and all of your comments. You can raise your hand, you can chat in the chat box. I'd love to open it up for this time where we can share. And how long do we want to go? A half hour or so?
Well, I know we lost a lot of people because it's late in some countries. It's very late. And
yeah.
Other people had other. It's been a long afternoon. I mean, I really appreciate all of you who stuck with us to the end. But as I look at the numbers, and I've seen people sending messages, saying they had to go. So we really don't want to keep you any longer than you want to stay. So, but if you want to have these comments, as Kristy was inviting you to do, we welcome your closing comments.
I can throw out a tough question if no one wants to go first. Something I'm really interested in is how do we evaluate what we're doing? Because I think that's a real challenge when we think about, is a Likert scale the optimal type of evaluation? How do we know that we're actually creating change if we don't have a way of evaluating? Are students involved in the evaluation process? Is it a multi-prong, multimodal type of evaluation? I'd love to throw that in there too. And I know people have to go, but I'd love for us to maybe toss around a few comments on that.
Or if you don't have time to do it today, you can send us your reflections. I believe we had a survey that we were going to send out. You will receive a survey from us for evaluation. So maybe if you need time to gather your thoughts, you can't answer now, you'll answer these questions for us in the future.
I agree totally with you, Dr. Joyce, but in order just to satisfy Dr. Galib for her tough question, let me quickly give some points that when we come to evaluation and to evaluate the programs we already deliver or create, or to improve the education, including teachers' preparation, we need to focus on 2 or 3 points. Number one is how the learning outcomes serve the market, how this program reflects on preparing students and lead them to move from school, for example, to higher education or to the market. This is number one. Number two, also, we need to evaluate the content. And you mentioned in the presentations to the content and to the instructional and the assessment. So we need to evaluate this. How we do this, actually, we need to design a comprehensive plan, including looking to assess the vision, the procedures, the policies, and the structure and the infrastructure of the school in the country, the university programs, etc. Finally, we can use qualitative and the quantitative to understand and to evaluate the effectiveness of these programs, the impact of these programs, and in addition to evaluate and to investigate the stakeholders' opinion or attitude toward, for example, COVID-19 and how we react, how we respond, to evaluate the teacher's certification, to evaluate the parents' certification. This can be done qualitative and in quantitative method. These are just quick points, and I will be happy to write more ideas about how to evaluate, how to assess these programs or situation, or reflect on them in more details by sending also some other points from my students also. Thank you.
Yeah, and our dean, and she I guess charged us on her, in her opening. She said that she was going to be really interested to see what would come out of this and implications for programming in our School of Education. So, you know, all these recommendations and suggestions we'll put together in a report, and we'll share it with everyone, and hopefully give her what she's looking for in terms of something that she can consider in the future as a part of her global council. I think Global Advisory Council, I believe she said she's part of it. That might be that the work of that council. So we hope we can contribute to their agenda in some way. Okay, well, I was just going to share one more thing. If you guys have finished commenting, some people had asked about the certificates. Most people are gone now, but I will just share, saying my final thank you, that all of you will receive a certificate, and that certificate will be for participation, or it will be for attending. And so this certificate, I just would use Dr. Ghanem as an example. Certificate of participation, Dr. Ghanem Al-Bustami, a keynote speaker, Abu Dhabi University. We thank you for your outstanding participation in this third annual Global Teach Connection Summit on July 13th, 2021. Drexel University and the University of Pennsylvania Partnership Program, USA. So we thank you.
Thank you so much.
And we will, everyone who participated. We have the participation list from the Zoom logins and from the registration. We will use the email list that we have from that registration to send everyone who logged in a certificate of participation or a certificate of attendance. And we appreciate every one of you.
Special appreciation to Dr. Galib for being moderator and leading this panel discussion in a good way and in a very, very interesting and satisfy all panelists and participants. On behalf of my students also, I'd like to really appreciate all of you guys for your kind words and supportive words and ideas given to improve our students, the leader for our future, actually. So they really appreciate, and they will be happy to use and to apply immediately your ideas. And especially Dr. William, your study research really appreciated and will be used, like because some of my students actually proposed to study the gamification and use some technological application in teaching such subjects. So they learn a lot from you. Thank you all. Actually, as much as I speak, I will not give you rise to thank you all. So from Abu Dhabi University, from UAE, from Arab countries, from my students, from myself, much appreciated, and all the best to all of you. And the top also, my favorite, my lovely person, my mentor, Dr. Joyce Pittman. In Arabic, her name is Johaina, by the way. And Johaina
Yes,
means the person qualified and know everything about.
He started calling me that because whenever he would ask me anything, I would always give an answer. He said, I knew you would have an answer.
All the best to all of you.
Thank you so much. And I will be in touch with you, Dr. Ranam, as well as Dr. Gallup and everyone here.
Sure.
Certificates will be sent. The recording for yesterday, as I said, it's already published on the website. Samantha will let us know when today is published, and we will be sending that link out to everyone, especially you, Dr. Young, so you can see your presentation, as well as share it with your other students who were not able to make it today. And feel free to share the link with anyone that you think might be interested in the discussions that we've had over the last 2 days.
As I give Dr. Joyce name in Arabic, Johaina, I will try to give Dr. Galib same. Galib means Ghalib. Ghalib in Arabic means winner.
Oh, well, you got that one right. He is certainly a winner. And Dr. Nabil, we thank you. You were a wonderful discussion and advocate, giving us different perspectives, especially yesterday on the use of technology. We need different perspectives. And because we know not everything that we say is right or wrong, but there's another way of looking at it. And so thank you so much for your ability and your insight in calling that to our attention, and for being such a big part of yesterday as well. As
one more comment. Actually, Dr. William Green, the second name Green means Akhdar. Akhdar give hope and something, nature and lovely color. Green.
Yeah, you know all these names.
Flowers, nature, plants, peace.
Dr. Nabil,
I think Dr. Nabil agree with me, right?
Thank you for the lovely invitation, and it's been a very productive 2 afternoons, and I've been glad to join, and thank you again. I hope we can work together further in the future.
Oh, I'm sure we will. Yeah. We're deciding now on if we want to renew this grant, because we're August 15th, the funds that we have now are ending. And so we now are currently in the process of deciding, do we want to continue? And if so, what will we do in the next, what should our goals and objectives be for the next 2 years?
Yes.
So that's a big decision, especially since I'm supposed to be retired. So I'm like, do I want to continue this or do I not? You know. But it seems but I really like the sessions that we've had the last couple of days, and I see so much more work that needs to be done, and that makes it more difficult to let it go. So
yes, we can communicate, and we can, of course, send our ideas, exchange ideas, then we can plan together for the next step and next round.
All right, well, maybe I'll keep it going.
Yes.
That's what we can.
All right. Well, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Samantha, I guess we want to thank our executive designer, the last but not least, the most important person who technology-wise, we would not been able to do what we did with such, what do you call it? Without incident. I mean, she absolutely managed all the technology. We did not have any incident that we were not able to recover from. We still ended up even ending on time at 5 o'clock when we ran over yesterday. Today it looked like we were running over, but it's just amazing. We still ended up finishing right on time. So I mean, that's just absolutely wonderful. So thank you, Samantha.
Thank you
very
Samantha.
much. Thank you, Dr. Gallup, being our moderator. Without the two of you, of course, you know that I could not have done this alone. So I said, you know, nobody can do anything like this by themselves, and they shouldn't. Even if they could, they shouldn't. Anyway, well, I guess it's night. Good night in UAE. I know it's your bedtime, and it will soon be ours here too because it's 5 o'clock. So,
Thank you. Good luck.
all right.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen now, and
Bye.
we'll save all of our comments. And